that it's, that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I never got an email back yet.
I say y'all coming out. Y'all are coming out for coffee with me, man. Hold up, it's probably freezing. Give me 1 second before we load this back. Oh my goodness gracious! Woo! It's cold as hell, yo. Can you hear me? I see you though. What's going on, Locks? Bubby, what's going on? Lockbox says, "Hey, I knew there was a reason I stayed up." What? Hold up. I'm what? Hold up. Hold up 1 second. Grab this. We gotta go out real quick. Let me know if you can hear me though. Okay, good. Hold up 1 second. Before I go out, I need to, we going out to smoke real quick and then we gonna watch this. Boy, it is freezing out here. I'm telling you, it is freezing. I got my cup of coffee. You know what I mean? What we talking about? Big coffee. We're going out here real quick. It's cold as hell. Taking y'all out for a smoke. Yo, what is that? Hold up. Let me switch the camera around. Is that a fucking fire? Yeah, that looks crazy. Code green. Shit. Need to quit smoking cigarettes again, is what I need to code. What's going on, Delana? Good morning to you, O'Hara. I think this woman might be innocent. I know people are like, yo, she admitted he was in the burn pile and on the third. Man, I picked up homeboy was lying on the stand though. That shit's crazy to me. Mm-mm-mm. What's going on, Lotus? Welcome. I see y'all was like, hey, he ain't coming. I had to throw this on real quick so I could come out for a smoke real quick before we go live. I was thinking that the neighbor had a fire going on, right? But it's not. I think it's from their dryer. hmm I passed out yesterday. I watched it like I was about to go on with the second live, right? And I put it on because I seen that I was missing it, and I watched it, and I was like, whoa, yeah, I can. I'll be live talking about this for days because this is crazy. Why didn't she get on the stand? See, that doesn't make sense to me. She should have got up on the fucking stand. Excuse my language, but damn, like if you got up on the stand, if you're saying that your counsel told you not to get on the stand, like if you feel you need to get on the stand, I don't give a fuck. You pay your counsel. You pay Your lawyer ain't controlling that. I mean, yeah, we want to listen to our lawyers, but that's why I say sometimes you got to make a decision against what your lawyers are telling you. Like, it makes no sense. I'm telling you, it makes no sense. You said I need what? I need to get coffee. I made a big cup of coffee. So lock in. We got a lot to talk about, man. This one bothers me, y'all. This one really bothers me. And I'm like thinking in my head, is this the first time I witnessed? Because I see a lot of people, I see the main thoughts and breakdowns on this is that she did it. She admitted it to Rusty, and I didn't make it that far into the trial. I'm on going on day 7, and I'm not done watching it. I gotta pick at least 1 or 2 days of the week where we watch it. But so far I haven't seen shit. Nothing. I seen a sloppy investigation. I seen shit they didn't even test for. I believe it's cool. Hell yeah. Uh, it is what it is. Screaming daisies. What's going on? Nice to see you, my friend. Glad you're here with us. He said, are you good enough to enter heaven? Ever lied, ever stolen, ever lust, ever cursed, ever hated anyone before? Absolutely. Absolutely. I think we all have, you know? I think we all have before. But that's a part of life and maturing. You got to mature at some point and stand on business, you know? And if you don't, then you're just fucking manipulating. Delana says, right, T-REV, I feel she was on the stand. Things, I think they would have been a lot different because when she stood up and spoke, I truly, to be honest with you, I believed her. And that's just me as a person, no connection to this case, didn't follow it from day one, none of that. I actually believe what she was saying. But hey, that's I'll let you guys decide that for yourself. What did you think about Scott, the son, at the sentencing? Anger. But then when I seen homie on the stand, right? When we seen him on the stand, I watched his whole testimony, like, and during the trial. I think that homeboy was like he said, listen, he goes, they called me and told me when they were asking him, right? They were literally asking him about how he found his dad and why, he called the police, etc., right? But he when he goes to explain it, he goes, they called me and told me, first of all, the police didn't call you and tell you shit. You called the police and told them, so why are you saying they? I heard a few things on the stand with him where it sounded like lies to me. Point blank, period. There's no other way around it. They're asking about when you called the police, not if the police called you. Why would you say the police called you and told you? Because the police didn't call you and tell you shit. You're the one who made the 911 call, buddy. And it's on the tape. Run the tape. It's there. It's during his testimony he said that. And it sounded like pure bullshit to me as a person just listening, you know? Transfer and trust yourself to the Savior. Hell yeah. Talk to him. Wrongfully convicted. I personally believe that possibly may have just happened here with Melody. Again, the shit that they were doing to that man, it wasn't right. And I mean, like, you know, the money, etc. Like, it's all grimy and greedy. But that doesn't make you a murderer. Just because grimy and greedy and you both are having affairs and etc. Some people live like that and keep the family together so they can be there for the grandkids, etc. Like, I don't get why people don't understand that. Not every house is red roses and, you know, red roses and love. It's not. He said, I watched the entire thing and I don't think the state proved anything. Also, they let Mary Jane come in after discovery and she ate up her 5 minutes of fame. All right, we're about to go in there. I'm going on right now. It's time for us to go on. We're about to jump into a few things. There's a bunch of shit I want to watch the sentencing again. But before we watch the sentencing, I want to run the highlights from the trial. Some highlights. It's a small video. Mm-mm-mm. We got a lot to talk about. We got to talk about. All right. We got a lot to talk about. 1 second. All right, here we go. Hey, oh no, oh no, don't bite me. Don't kill me, killers. Yeah. I am outside, honey. Love you. Love you. All right, hold on. Let me hop off here. Like, actually, just hop off of here. Mute. You're still on here? Whoa. That shit was echoing. We're good, though. We're good. Sounds on. We're sounding great. Let me pull this screen up real quick. Woo. Well, it was chilly as hell out there, y'all. Feels good, though. We're good. Can you hear me? What's going on, Courtney? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Nice to see you. Smarties, Enchanted. I stutter your name, so I'm just gonna call you Smarty. Miss Smarty. You said if I can't sleep, I'll definitely be back. Good night. Good night to you too, Lotus. We'll be here. Trust me. This is gonna be a long one because I got a lot of thoughts on this one. I believe we've seen possibly an innocent woman go down for murder. And people could call me crazy, delusional, whatever the fuck you want to call me. That's all right. We all have thoughts. We all have opinions. And we're going to dive into those. Again, I've only got to day 7 on the trial. And I started watching it from 1, 2, 3. I'm pretty sure all of them are up, right? The lives where we watched it. And again, I haven't heard or seen anything that makes me believe that this woman did it. We're talking 125 pounds, 5'3", moving this body by herself, moving her husband's big body. He's a big guy, you know. It's a big dude. He said, I have 6 hours before work. Shit, I got all day long. 15. I'm right here on the border, right by Kentucky. I'm in Tennessee, Gallatin, you know. Right by where Sebastian Rogers went missing at. So let's jump into this, though. I do want to play the highlights from the trial, and we'll watch the sentencing. And I want to dive into some of these topics. I'm telling you. Put this here. No, that's better.
Like something to the tune of like daddy's in this burn pile.
So this is the highlight that I was talking about. The highlight trial. I was looking for this for like 20 minutes just now, digging through my history. So we'll watch this. Go straight to the sentencing. It's tough.
Like, I know what I've seen. I've been in Iraq. I know what burned bodies looked like. And I'm just sitting there on the phone going, what are you talking about?
Several years later, his wife of nearly 40 years is put on trial for his horrific murder.
All right, I understand y'all reached a verdict.
Yes, sir.
In July of 2018,
How do we reach a verdict with a... And also, I got a question, because there was a juror, again, that worked with people who worked this case. What are we talking about? This is a fair trial, y'all? This woman had to go up against a juror with somebody who was in the juror, working for the fire department, who had firsthand knowledge of things that happened on the scene and case, etc. That's weird, too. Why did they let that ride? What's going on, DM? Nice to see you, my friend. Nice to see you. And Amanda's the only one that I felt up on the stand, by the way. The only one. That's not bad. That's pretty close, brother. That's really not that far. You said, I'm so glad you're back, T-REV. My 83-year-old mom is obsessed with the Farris case. Oh, wow. So am I. And I just found out about it not too long ago, about a month ago. You know, I got no dog in the fight, dude. I don't know the victim. I don't know anything about it, right? Angelica sent it to me. Shout out to Angelica. And she told me what her thoughts were. And I was like, damn, I really can't say anything about what your thoughts are because I don't know this case. And I went and looked. I started watching. And so, like I said, I've seen everybody on the stand pretty much. Not everyone directly, but I've seen Scott, Chris. Who else did I see? I seen Scott, Chris, and Emily. I seen Amanda like on a separate video is what I'm saying. And I felt I connected with her when she was on the stand. Like emotionally, like I had to wipe some tears from my eyes because she came off completely genuine, you know? They came off rehearsed to me, allegedly. Scott did, for sure. And there's definitely discrepancies in his testimony on the stand And one is one of the points that I was bringing up about they called me and told me. All right, here we go. Let's dive into this.
Remains were discovered on a burn pile in a wooded area on a 10-acre property in Cherokee County, Georgia. The remains were identified as the body of a prominent Atlanta area attorney, Gary Farris. His wife, Melody Farris, told investigators her husband had started the fire on the couple's property days before his body was discovered. She reportedly told authorities her husband had medical problems and even suggested her husband, Gary, could have had a medical emergency or possibly an accidental death. Then the investigation took a turn when a bullet was found lodged in Gary's rib bones. And law enforcement found blood spots on the home's basement floor and steps. But
that's my stomping ground. Like, I grew up Richmond, Virginia, all the way to Norfolk, Virginia Beach, etc. Those are my stomping grounds right there. Like, my legit, where I was born and raised at. Richmond, VA, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, Portsmouth, Chesapeake.
A late-night phone call would lead to a huge break in the case. According to investigators, despite being together for nearly 4 decades, there was trouble.
I'm gonna keep. I don't care. I'm gonna pause this shit all night. We'll be here for 12 hours, and I'll rerun this shit back again. Don't believe me? Oh well. Let's run it. We can dump. Oh man, I could talk to you all day about what I think about that. And Scott, Scott came off to me as he was lying on the stand allegedly. Again, allegedly. Speculation. He even failed the lie detector test. So dude failed a lie detector test, got up on the stand and said some things that were contradicting to any ear who was listening to the details. Again, you're either going to have your story all the way straight or you're going to fuck up. And I believe he did fuck up. I really do. On the stand. And it's there. It is there. Ghost says if it was the day they walked to the burn pit together and the mother was the witness, what did the son gain from this? Money. But I do like, the question posed and what you're bringing to the table here. My personal opinion is, why would she stay in this house with Gary, have these affairs, and there are affairs that everybody knows about, including Gary, and allegedly he had some too, which it doesn't matter. I don't care. I know families right now that live separate rooms, wife, husband still there. They're seeing other people, but they're together for the family. So we're going to say she took 39 years to just say, man, let me get him up out the way. 39 years later, the grandkids are supposed to be there. I mean, we're talking about a time where their families coming over for the weekend. It's July 4th. You're going to tell me she's picking a time to kill her husband when family's coming over? Oh, family's coming over. Let me get rid of Gary real quick. Come on. It's weird to think that, in my opinion. But I mean, again, if I see anything else that leads to exactly what I've been being told, which is that, and I didn't see this yet, the part with Rusty. Allegedly, she talked to Rusty, and when she talked to Rusty, she said he was on the burn pile or in the burn pile. I did not hear this yet, didn't see it yet, which, again, they would add another weird scenario, but I definitely want to see that part. You said her biggest guilty move was her early phone call to her boy. See right here. This is what I'm saying. And I haven't seen that part yet. I've only made it up to day 7 as I was watching. You said this case was bullshit. I think the feds should put a warrant out on the son looking for dirt and dust samples. I mean, his room was clean. He was talking about a missing gun right from the beginning. Come on, y'all. I know we're not stupid. Just because somebody cheats doesn't that can make them a scumbag in your eyes, but that doesn't make them a murderer. But if she did say he was on the burn pile July 3rd, it is kind of weird. It is weird. I'm being realistic. If she did say that, if it's there in proof and she said, hey, he's on the burn pile on July 3rd, that's weird as hell to me. Like I've been saying, it's not that I think she's not guilty, but I don't think that she did this by herself, if anything. And she may even be innocent for all I know. We didn't hear her on the stand. She waited to the end to say all this stuff, but she's saying that her attorneys advised against it. So what do you do when you have, high-powered defense attorneys telling you, hey, we got this. I mean, what do you do? Beg and say, I'm going up there? Delana says also Scott was mad. His child was with Melody near the burn pile. He made it seem like she was almost evil taking the child there when Melody didn't know the body was there, but Scott did. think she's, dude, I'm just saying, I really do think she's possibly innocent. And I'm not that type of person that really goes over things like this too much. But I really do think we might have witnessed an innocent woman get put down, and a lot of the public thinking that she is the person because of this Rusty shit, this affair. They get the affair in their head and they're like, yeah, this bitch, she's a scum ass bitch. Nope, she did it. She did it. As soon as you start to hear about this affair shit, it just like starts to drill in your head. Damn, this poor victim, great guy, built up his whole career, built so much for his family. They're all using him for friggin' money. Like, what? This guy worked and busted his ass. He's helping his family. He's giving them credit cards. There's a bunch of shit going on. You know, they're running around with his credit card, swiping and golfing and doing all different types of shit. Spoiled little brats that don't know how to work, allegedly. I'm just saying, they put it all out there in the trial. I'm going based off what I've heard so far. So it's like, man, I'm telling you, this one gets me revved up. No recording of her saying that. She had burner phone she used with Rusty, and Rusty said she said that day before he was found. Hearsay, absolutely, 100%. And oh, wow. I didn't know that. I'm glad. Thank you for bringing that up, Lockbox. I thought this was in the papers. If it was in these text messages that they uncovered and pulled out. That's what they're saying. Toy. Let's
in paradise between Gary and Melody. The two lived on separate floors in their home and hadn't slept in the same bedroom for years. And during the rocky relationship, Melody allegedly began an affair. She denied to investigators she was having an extramarital affair. However, the night before Gary's remains were found, according to investigators, she called her lover, Ray Barton, and told him he's on the burn pile.
Absolutely.
Melody wasn't arrested until nearly a year after Gary's remains were found, but faced several charges, including murder with malice, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and concealing the death of another. But it would be 6 years after Gary's remains were found that she would go on trial. Finally, in front of a jury, the prosecution claimed the mom of four killed her husband for money, and they said she had the means, motive, and opportunity
39 years
to kill
later.
Gary.
The defendant.
Yep, she did. She had the means and motive. She waited until family was coming over on the 4th of July to just absolutely murder her husband. It sounds ideal. Sounds like the best time to hash out your plan, y'all. I'm gonna murder my husband when the whole entire family's coming over. When my grandkids are coming over, I'm gonna take him out. Think about that. Think about that. Now, do people do dumber shit? Absolutely, 100%. It happens all the time. But when you listen to this evidence and the way that these investigators investigated the scene, they didn't even test certain things. Like, what are we talking about? We're talking about somebody's freedom being put on the line, and you're not running these tests or even swabbing and sending them to the lab. You're saying it's too small of a sample. How do you know? Swab that shit, send it. Why are we not swabbing and sending it? Why are we talking about it and introducing it in a trial if it's not being used, if there was nothing found from it? Because you didn't get it tested. I'm telling you, there's something off with this case. I feel it in my soul. Allegedly. I'm serious, though. I feel it in my soul that something is off with this case. And again, I'm not saying that she's 100% completely innocent, even though that's where I'm leading towards. But I'm saying that I'm not seeing her doing this by herself, one. And two, why is Scott fail a lie detector test? Why does Scott bring up a missing gun at the beginning? We're talking about a gun that was shot him or shot Mr. Big Daddy in the ribs, right? Bullet found in the ribs, bullets in drawers. How'd the juror how'd the juror even come to this conclusion? They were deadlocked at first. How'd they come to the conclusion she did it? I don't get that without looking elsewhere. Because I'd be thinking, damn, like, I'm already thinking that on day 7, going up into day 7 when I'm watching it. Travia, if you think she's innocent, explain the 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. phone call to her boyfriend to tell he's on the... Marcy, that's exactly what I was just talking about. I have to see this and hear it and listen to it, etc. I haven't gotten that far into that. Just up to where I've gotten to, there's been a lot of discrepancies in testimony from Scott, in my opinion. And it stands out like a sore thumb to me. I have no dog in this fight. I didn't even know who they were. I literally just started watching. I locked into it. Again, no dog in the fight. I don't know the story. I started listening. When I heard Scott, he came up. It just, again, it was all, it went like, it just came off as disingenuous.
She liked the life of being married to a rich lawyer.
I got to hear it.
When you shrink the world in a case like this, husband and wife wife kills
Yesterday, he looked
husband,
just
husband
like
dies. The answer to the question, who did it, sits right there. Melody Walker Farris. We do not know how many times Garrity was shot. We know he's shot and killed. We know there are at least 2. The blood trail from the kitchen up there.
We'll check it
I
out.
believe the evidence is they had an argument. She shot him. He goes downstairs trying to get away. She shoots him again. Whether he was able on his own to get out those doors or she got him out herself. Topped and bombed. No home invasion. No robbery. Nothing. And that brings us to what we call means, motive, and opportunity. How do you get away with a murder if there's no confession? How do you get away with a murder if there's no video of it? How do you get away with a murder if you try to burn and destroy all the evidence?
Coffee going down the wrong pipe.
You don't. When you use your common sense and all the evidence to put it together to shrink the world, and the only reasonable answer is she did it. For example, if they say Scott did it, Scott's not going to shoot us dead when he's paying all the bills.
I know a lot of tests don't stand up in court, but damn. Missing gun he brings up. He finds the body in the burn pile. He gets on the stand and says, they called me and told me. Again, I must stand on that. I would have been singing that shit in court like a, you know how they said if the glove don't fit, you must acquit. I'd have been in there singing some type of saying to the jurors over and over again. You heard Scott? They called me and told me. They didn't call you. You called them. He fucked up in his wording, and he still got away with what he said on the stand. Nobody corrected him whatsoever. Now, one person came up and said, why did you say that the police called you? I thought you called them. That's a big difference. That's a big difference.
It's a great train.
What's going on, Clever Bro?
That's just not going to happen. Let's first talk about opportunity. The reason why you shrink the world down, and you will see at the times in this case, when he was killed and when his body was moved, when things are going on, the only person that's going to be at that house, the only person is her. No one else. Just her.
So, Mikey.
Sure, people were coming and going, but not when things were going on. The other thing you consider is sometimes in the case, what strong evidence is deception, mendacity. When you see that, she's cloaked.
You'll get to see him in a second.
And you'll see it through the trial. The evidence will show that.
But the defense was quick to poke holes in the state's theory of the case. And during their opening statement to the
Hey, Marcy, can you send me the call that you're talking about? Again, I haven't seen that, and I think it's fair that we go over everything, right? I mean, especially when it comes to somebody's freedom. And I'm glad you paid attention to that detail because I keep hearing about it, but I haven't seen it yet because I'm going up to day 7. I was taking my time watching the trial because when you watch these trials, you see the evidence little by little as you know, as it keeps going. And I think that's very important when listening to how everything was handled, 1. And 2, again, why did they have a new person working the scene unsupervised when they were supposed to be supervised for a certain amount of hours before they were allowed to work on their own? Why are we letting little things slip like that, especially when you're working a murder scene? They left, I believe it was the woman, I can't remember her name, but she was left on the scene to collect evidence and process it all. But she was supposed to have a certain amount of time in before she was allowed to be unsupervised on a scene like this. I mean, that's what I heard. I said, damn, you should have that was an explosive sentencing. This sentencing messed with me yesterday when I watched it. You said, yes, he will shoot even if the father is paying the bills. The money got to his head. Did the son have a job? He worked for his dad at the time. And guess what? His dad said, you're going to have to get a job soon, a week before. And all of a sudden, gone? What are we talking? Like, some people are just too gullible and want to feel for everything. I want to feel for and I want to feel for it too. But we also got to make sure that someone who committed murder is not on the streets with your family members in America. You know? It's not about just placing blame where it sounds good because of a prosecutor can make it sound great. When do you ever hear me saying I feel that someone may be innocent? I'm taking my time and listening to this little by little. I have not got to the part where Marcy was talking about. I haven't got there yet. So I didn't see that. And I see stuff in the comments that I haven't seen yet when I'm looking at these videos and I'm going over them. But I also keep hearing from people that have watched it who are telling me there's no proof of that. It's just hearsay. And anybody can lie. What if he got cheated on too, or she was talking to somebody else and he's like, man, fuck this bitch. I'm gonna sting her on the stand. You want to do me dirty? That's what happens out here. You got people with vengeances, vendettas. They don't care. Some people don't care. We can't just always take hearsay. We need concrete evidence that showed, hey, okay, this woman had blood on her shoe. This woman had this. This woman had that. The investigation was 100% shitty. I agree. Just from what I've seen so far. Oh, you don't have it? But it's in the beginning. Hey, Marcy, I'll go find it. Because I think it's important that we look at everything. Because if there is something that puts her, that jams her up, something that's undeniable, then that's like, damn. But I got to go based off of somebody who is a cheater already, a guy who's cheating on his wife. And it's hard for me to sit there and listen to someone cheating on his wife because most of them are manipulative. Most of them will manipulate and do whatever the hell they want and make up anything that they want. On the stand, it don't matter. Yeah, she talked about him being on the burn pile July 3rd. Where's it at? Is it in paper or is it hearsay?
Jury, the defense urged the jury to consider many of
RevGangTrueCrime@gmail.com. We are going through this today. I'm not playing no game.
the questions that were left unanswered.
You're going to see from the evidence in this case.
It makes me want to go to law school.
Day one, the investigation by Detective Hayes and all of the other officers in Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, even the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the GBI, everything that was done in this case was tailored specifically to attempt to convict.
The TB lie had a hand in this? Goodness gracious.
Melody of the death of Gary Farris. One big thing you're going to hear, and you're going to hear it a lot, is Scott Farris. You are going to hear the 911 call here shortly. That's the first thing we're going to do. I'm going to play you the 911 call. 13 minutes after law enforcement arrives, Scott Farris is already blaming his mother. He knows nothing. They're not even sure if there is a body on the burn pile. They're not even sure it's Gary. He's already planting the seeds of blaming his mother.
What's going on?
13 minutes. And law enforcement.
I think she might be innocent. Again, I keep seeing and hearing about these phone calls from the jail, and I do want to go over them. I think it's very important, and we will go over it this live. I don't care if I got to restart it after 12 hours. I don't care. I'm here for it. I truly believe and feel something is wrong within this case. I'm leaning towards her being innocent. I am. I'm not going to sit here and bullshit. I'm 75% leaning towards her innocence completely. But what doesn't make sense is the body, the timing. I mean, we got a family get together. This woman takes out her plans on the family get together. That part that sits out to me too.
Took that into their beliefs, and then they focused their evidence on that, and that is confirmation bias. Now, you heard Mr. Fogus talk about the Ferris wheel, and I talk about it too. But this was a turbulent family.
Over the course of the weeks-long trial, several witnesses took the stand, including Gary and Melody's children. Christopher Farris was the first of Melody and Gary's 4 children to take the stand, but as a witness for the state, testifying against his mother. Christopher, the oldest son, testified he saw his father's remains after they were discovered by his brother Scott.
And I looked, and I was like, wow. And then I saw what looked to me to be like a hand. Like bones of a hand, like that, and that's when I just, I think I went in shock. And I went back up to the house and waited for the authorities to arrive. The paramedics, I guess, is who arrived first. But I sat on the back of my truck, really couldn't even talk.
Did you touch anything in the burn pile?
No.
When Scott had a stick and moved something, did you see what it was that he saw or was looking
I
at?
thought it was a rock.
About to agree, yeah.
I saw it's.
What do we think? I mean, for the people who think she did this, so we think that she carried it out and was able to completely just rip and yank and drag her husband's body down into the burn pile so easily, killed in the house. They're saying it happened in the house. So she dragged him, what, a quarter of a mile to this burn pile through the woods and trees?
But he told me,
Thank you.
after I put the girls back up in the room, and I came back downstairs, and he told me I think it was human remains. And, you know, of course, my brother and I had conversations after, like, while this situation is unfolding, and he told me, yeah, I think that's
Was that before or after he called 911?
after.
Did you see him call 911?
I did not.
You
He
were-
said he was going to call 911. He said to get the kids out of here, I'm going to call 911. I didn't stick around long enough to hear him.
Was
Yeah.
your mom nearby when you?
She was standing right there.
Did she say anything?
The person who I hear lying on the stand, Debbie, the person who I hear lying on the stand, DNA in the house, whose DNA? Hers? Because they're both going to be, their DNA is going to be all up in there. And when you say, just Debbie, who do you think did it? I don't think that, I personally am leaning towards, I don't think she did it. I think that Scott did allegedly. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is absolutely not true. But he failed the lie detector test. I know that's admissible in court. He talked about a missing gun right from the jump. There was bullets found in his rib cage. What are we talking about? How does he get on? Fail a lie detector test. He lives in the barn, which is right there. Dad saying that you got to get a job, son. You got to get a job, son. They're stealing money from him. 1 week later, he's dead. And you expect me to buy that this woman killed her husband? I got to see something concrete, and it can't be hearsay either. It needs to be concrete evidence that pins her as the murderer.
No.
He testified his father was experiencing health issues in the months prior to his death, so he initially believed he may have fallen into the burn pit.
So we're out here convicting people off of hearsay? You know how many fucking liars there are in this disgusting world that we live in? People who will put shit off on anyone else that can't suck up to the truth and own up to it like a fucking man or a woman. Like, that's the problem. This shit makes me angry, y'all. It does. It makes the frustrated me come out because that's what it is. And we're going based off of hearsay to convict people these days. Concrete evidence tells a story, you know? That's all I'm saying. There's got to be concrete evidence to pin somebody because people do lie. People will hang your ass up. If it means that they could get out of something, they will. Sometimes people think of crazy shit like this. I don't even understand it.
But it would be his mom's suspicious behavior that made him second guess how.
Again, I respect everybody's opinion. I don't care what it is. It could be she's guilty as hell. She did it. That's not the point. The point is where we can have a conversation and talk about all of our thoughts, even if it's the opposite of what our peers are. Like Marcy says she believes she did it, and I respect her opinion. I like hearing this, you know, what she heard maybe that made her think that this is her. This is who did it. This is who's 100% guilty of this crime. I like hearing all aspects. This is probably one of the first cases where I've watched the trial and literally just 6-7 days in of listening to the trial, I'm like, damn, I don't even think this woman did this. Just from testimony based from Scott, etc. Like, damn, he's slipping up on his words. It sounds way too scripted. Then he slipped up on his words big time on the stand, and nobody called him out on it. Nobody said shit about it. I don't have no dog in this fight. Again, didn't even know this case from Adam and Eve. Amanda got on the stand. She made me cry 100%. And what did mom say when she was at the hearing? Just now on the sentencing today, she stood up. She said Amanda was the only one that told the truth, and that shit gave me chills because that's how I read it. I didn't even know she thought that or said that or was going to say anything like that. I said I felt Amanda was the only one telling me some raw truth on that stand. And I'm good at reading people like a book. I'm good at reading the room, energy, etc. Not saying something is off in this case, and this woman more than likely is sitting behind bars because of greed for money. Maybe not even at her own hands, because they were all using dad, all of them. You know. You said, T-REV, I totally respect you, but some of this seems to trigger you. Yeah, Ter, if this was you behind bars and you got smacked and locked up, I definitely would be triggered. It's injustice if the wrong person's behind bars. You know what I mean? So it could be you or anyone else. I would definitely be triggered when I feel that somebody is possibly innocent and they're sitting behind bars for something that they didn't completely do, maybe by themselves or didn't do at all. You're damn right. I'm very triggered. You know, that's how I'm looking at it. That's how I'm looking at it. It could be you, honey, anybody in this chat, dude, female, it doesn't matter. If I felt that you were innocent, I'm going to scream it from the rooftops and I'm going to talk about it until we get down to the bottom of it. And I don't care if I had to go through every trial, you know, every day of the trial and go back and review something. When you have people here like Marcy, who you know, watched this trial and she could say, hey, Rev, you missed it. You didn't see this. And this is that. It brings the discussion to the table. And if I feel different at the end, then I will feel different. It just is what it is. But based off of everything that I heard up to day 7 I was leaning towards not guilty when I heard it. I'm just saying.
How his father died.
And they asked me, is there anybody who would want to hurt your father? And I said, no, I don't think so. And then they asked me, well, let me back up. They told me that they found a bullet in my father's rib. And now this was being treated as a homicide. And there were some follow-up questions, you know, and they asked me, you know, would anybody ever benefit from your father being killed? And I was very frank.
Triggering.
I said, well, yeah. I mean, my mom and whoever he's related to as far as financially.
By the way, this is Chris on the stand for those who are like, what's going on? What is on? All right, first, this right here is Chris. Scott is the other dude, and you'll see him too on this little breakdown, this highlight video.
I mean, at this point in time, my brain
Hold up. For the folks that watch the sentencing, was it just me feeling this, or did anybody else feel this at all? That judge let her speak because he believes that something is wrong. He had like you could hear it in his voice, see it in his whole entire soul. The judge, that something fell off to him. Was I the only one that felt that way? Homie felt like, damn, I'm sentencing a innocent woman right now. It looked like he's seen a fucking ghost in the mirror. Like he looked different from every other day that I've seen this judge on the stand. Y'all, like his voice even was different. Homie didn't know how to sentence her. Like he felt conflicted big time. He said, I watched this trial too. Boyfriend was unsure of the night. She said he was on the burn pile. See what I'm saying? Hearsay BS. Can't even remember. Toy Thomas says, shit, jury hung until they pressured one into getting out of there. Nobody wants me on the jury because we ain't leaving like that when someone's life is on the line, because that could be me or mine or you. Exactly. And that's why it triggers me. I've never witnessed anything in real time, right? Like this, where I'm watching something, y'all. And I truly feel like something is wrong. Like I've went back and watched trials, plenty of them. But this in live time and catching it in live time hit me differently than I've ever thought anything would. I don't know. I can't explain it.
Kind of already switched to thinking something had happened to him that wasn't falling in a fire.
Why did it switch?
Because of my mother's behavior when the police were there and just how she was acting.
What was that behavior? How was she acting?
Just not like somebody whose husband had just been found in a burn pile.
After Christopher was off the stand, his brother Scott also testified for the state and gave a horrifying and emotional account of when he found his father's remains.
At some point, ultimately, you did find the remains of your father, is that right?
Yes.
After this, we're watching.
How I found it, like I said, I was going to check the other side of the pond on, across the dam.
Hey, V, when he said that, that's when I knew he was arguing in his mind with himself if this woman was guilty of this crime. He said, I don't want to jump into my thoughts, because if he would have jumped into his thoughts, V, she'd have been a free woman. I'm telling you right now, the way that I could just read that judge, and I seen it in him. It looked like he seen a ghost and felt like he was in the wrong place. And I hate being in this type of position. That's what I read from him.
Damn. And I started walking that way, and I believe I got either halfway across the dam or got to the other side, and then Melody called me. And she called me and asked, have you thrown a dead goat on the burn pile? I'm like, no, we haven't had anything to die, and also I wouldn't throw it on the burn pile. And she said, well, come up here and look at this. So I was like, okay. Well, I turned around and started walking, and I see Amanda walking. She was almost kind of like right in front of my dad's.
And by the way, this is who is sus to me, who said, they called me and told me during his testimony on the stand against his mother. They called me and told me this is the son that lived in the barn, which was right there. This is the son that said, talking about a missing gun right from the beginning. There's a gun missing. There's a missing gun. Nobody even knew a gun was involved in the crime. What are we talking about? It's the guy that failed the lie detector test. Again, the guy that said they called me and told me when the prosecutor was saying, so you called the police and what? Yeah, he goes, they called me and told me. I'm telling you right now, something is wrong.
Office, coming from the burn pile area, walking back up towards the driveway. She was walking there, and Melody was standing over near the burn pile. And I walk up and look, and I can already start seeing bones. And then I look down, and it appeared to me that it was the inside of a skull. The backside was gone. And you can see like the little blood vessels, I think it was, but it didn't look like a rock or something. So I grabbed a very, very small corner of it, and I lifted it up just enough to where I saw teeth and an eye socket, and I immediately put it right back. And, I was crouched down, and she was standing right there next to me. And I raise up, I put my hand on, across her chest and push her back and go, these are human remains. I am calling 911 right now. Nobody's allowed down here. And
Follow the law. That's
at that same time, that's when I noticed Chris was there, and he was coming around the back side of the house with the girls on the RTV. And I walked right up to him and I said, get those girls out of here right now. I'm calling 911. And I pretty much, my brother would have argued or, with me on anything like that. And I believe just the look on my face and everything, he didn't second question me. He's like, okay. And he turned around and pulled off with the girls, and I called 911.
What's going on, Jackie? Nice to see you. Good morning, my friend.
When you call 911, do you even remember what you said to them?
And when you go through, y'all, and you read the comments on the sentencing in these videos, right? Or just the sentencing in general, what I caught from there was, why did this judge let her speak like that? Well, read his body language. Read his body language and it'll give you the answer. All you got to do is read his body language and what he says out of his own mouth. He goes, I don't want to jump into my thoughts on this, but like you could just tell he was beat. He seemed like beat red and just felt like everything was wrong at that point. You could tell he felt everything was wrong. And we're about to watch the sentencing. We're going to rewatch the sentencing. We'll watch every little bit of it. I got all day and night and the next day and the day after. Let's go.
I believe that, they called and they asked, did the normal routine and said, hey, I was like, it was along the lines of, we've been searching for my dad, and after searching, we came across some remains in a burn pile. And I said, I was deployed to Iraq. I've seen bodies burned up. And it's like, this definitely looks like a burned up body. We need somebody out here now.
Were you thinking it was your dad?
Maybe?
Pretty much by that point, yeah, because there was nobody else who it could have been, and my dad was missing. I mean, my dad didn't have any enemies. There was nobody who, we never really had strangers walking across our property. No, never once that I've ever catch anybody on our property. So it was, within an instant, I knew that this was 99% sure this was my dad.
Oh yeah. Why were they deleting stuff off of that cam? That's just another aspect of this case that is weird. You're deleting photos, video of yourself. You're talking about missing guns. Wasn't there bullets in the drawer? Even something about his friend. I remember when he spoke on that part, right? Something about the bullets or whatever in the drawer. Like, it was just, I'm telling you, something is wrong. This shit should definitely hit the governor's desk.
Like his brother, he began to pick up that his mom might have been involved when investigators revealed a shocking clue that changed the case.
At what point did you learn that there was actually a bullet was found in your father's rib?
So we were there very, very late at night. I know it was probably close to 11
I seen that.
midnight or so. And they kept us in a kind of a conference room. And they brought us one by one back into another room individually. I don't remember who they brought back first and all, but by the time they brought me back, I believe it was Detective Hayes that was there with me. I don't really remember the details of what all was discussed at first, and then I was informed that they discovered a bullet lodged in the rib bone.
Do you remember Detective Hayes saying, I've got something I got to tell you? You remember how he broached that or told you about it?
I don't remember his exact words on how he did that because, once I was told that that was happening, that happened, my mind just went in a kind of shock, I'll say.
At that point, did you suspect your mom?
Definitely.
I guess, was there a splitting of the family afterwards? Like some went one way and the others went the other way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, once we found out that, there was a bullet found in the rib bone, that obviously he's been shot and then burned. And we
watch. I put everything on it. I bet everything within my soul that there will be another trial on this. Watch. There's going to be another trial on this. I mean, if she doesn't die first, she's 64 years old, sentenced a life sentence with parole. I mean, the judge basically gave her the minimums on all.
We all put the pieces together because my dad had no enemies. I never once met anybody in my entire life that hated my dad. So we knew somebody, wouldn't have come there. The house wasn't wrecked. I mean, there was nothing. Everything was adding up to us that it wasn't a robbery and it wasn't anything like that. And, her history of, having affairs and doing all this shady stuff that she's done, and especially her making the comment, I can't wait for the day he's dead and I don't have to live with him anymore.
Did say that.
Amanda support your mom or support y'all?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure she said that she was texting with the neighbor, right? That they went and ate breakfast with, and she said something about first they were talking about how good her shot was with the gun. I mean, it didn't look good. It doesn't look good, especially when somebody died. And then something about, something about him being, I hope he dies a gruesome death. I'm pretty sure that's what the words that were used. Because again, I've watched up to day 7 and took in every little bit of information that I heard come from their mouths on the stand. And they did read the neighbor's text messages with Melody, and they were, a little weird. I hope he dies a gruesome death. And then he was like, yeah, he's going to find out if he keeps messing with you or something like that. So, I mean, that does look weird. It always is going to look weird especially when somebody died. You said Gary knew every move that she made, and he told all of them overgrown kids to stay out of their business, period. And he talked to some of them about it too. But they were both having affairs. You said, why was he 99% sure it was his dad? That's another weird aspect, for sure.
So I remember for several weeks, it seemed like Amanda kept saying, well, he just had a heart attack and fell in the fire. And I was like, Amanda, how could he have had a heart attack and fell in the fire when they found a bullet lodged in his rib bone? And she's like, well, they could be lying to us. I was like, okay, well, if he had a heart attack and fell in the fire, why was everything gone from the fire pit? It's like the RTV would have been there.
Yeah. He said they called me. When you called 911, do you remember what you said to them? They called and asked, did the normal routine. So they called you and asked and did the normal routine when you called the police. So what they do, call you on 3-way when you were on the other line with the other 911 operators? I'm confused.
Or the tractor would have been there. There would have been something. There was no indication to especially to me, that he would have had a heart attack and fell into the fire.
So Amanda was not convinced?
She was not convinced on him being shot.
Was she supportive of your mother?
Oh yes, man. Like I said, she was always glued to her side from the time I showed up over to the house and even after, and she was always with her.
Now, afterwards, the property, the house, and the contents of the house and things like that. Fair to say that your mother and you and things were having some problems, or some arguments over the disagreements, if you would, over the property in that house and trying to sell it and whatnot.
Afterwards, yes. I mean, she immediately after this was all about trying to get as much money as possible.
While the defense claims Scott had reason to kill his father because he borrowed money from him, Scott tearfully insisted he had nothing to do with his father's murder.
Did you murder your father?
I absolutely did not murder my father.
I loved him.
You
know what? He doesn't cry until he's accused. Pay attention to that. If you're thinking about watching a trial back, you go back and watch, which I'm going to be. I still got to finish it. I still got to jump into day 7, 8, all the way up. But when I don't see a tear. And even when this goes down, that's the only time I see anything really shake up is when you're accused. I think that's weird.
I loved it.
I loved it. You wanted to completely look at the jury. Nice.
Did you have anything to do to help your mother dispose of and burn your father?
Absolutely not.
Tell him, not me.
No.
Real estate.
Like I said, I love my father. He was the backbone. He was the glue to our family.
By day 6 of the trial, Melody and Gary's oldest daughter, Emily Farris Payne, was called to testify against her mother. At the beginning of her testimony, she said she knew about her mother's affairs.
Basically, my mother began having an affair with Ted Wiley, and when my dad found out about it, that's pretty much when things went south.
Okay, let's talk about Ted Wiley for a little bit. Around what time did you become aware of that relationship?
Probably 2009, maybe 2008, 2009. I specifically remember when I found out about it. I just can't remember exactly the year, but I think it was.
Sure. How did you find out about it?
My dad called me He called me. I was working, and he called me.
My dad, he was great. He was well, did you commit the murder? I love them. But when it's testifying against mom, it's she did that, she's this, she's that, she's this, she's that. It's like, what?
When I was working, and I took a break to talk to him, and he told me that my mom had moved in with Ted, and that they were in a relationship, and that was pretty devastating.
Did your parents' financial relationship change?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So my dad removed her from bank accounts, or he, I guess, closed joint, open new. So she no longer was on the bank accounts. So she couldn't, she didn't have access the way that she did before.
Tell the jury a little bit about what happened at your wedding.
I mean, it was a good wedding. I was the bride, so I was like probably in another world compared to everyone else. But our family was there, obviously, and everything was pretty normal with the wedding, but I don't know. I guess Rusty Barton came to the wedding. I knew he was invited. My mom included him on her guest list. He was there, and at that point, we were kind of aware that maybe something more was going on with him, between her, my mom, and Rusty. And he came to the wedding, and from what I understand, they were like dancing together, like canoodling, if you will, during the reception.
When the questioning turned to Emily recalling the search for her father, she testified she had no idea he was missing until she got a call from her brother, Chris.
And eventually, did you get a call from any of your family members looking for your dad?
Yes.
Who called first?
So my brother Chris called me first when he was driving up there. And he said, so I just talked to Amanda, and apparently they can't find Daddy anywhere. And I just think I said, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean they can't find him? He's like, they're apparently looking everywhere and they cannot find him. He said, I'm on my way up there right now to see what's going on.
Okay. And at that point, what was going on in your head?
Well, honestly, that morning driving in, I thought about that text message that he sent with Olivia's picture. And I thought back to that moment, like literally in the car on my drive in, I was like, that's weird. He didn't respond to that message. He always responds to pictures of Olivia, and he never responded. And so that's really weird. And so like, that made me pause. But then after Chris called me, like, it just made me think about, like, it made me worry even more when he called and said that, because of the fact that my dad hadn't, like, I had realized that morning that he hadn't responded to my text message. And that really made me worry.
Who was the next person you heard from?
I did talk to Chris like a few times. Like, he would kind of keep me up to date. The other person I spoke to was my mom. She called me.
Around what time was this? Do you remember?
It was before lunchtime, Tennessee's Central, so we're an hour behind. It was maybe like 10 or 11-ish.
Okay. Yeah. So 11, 12 here, our time.
I mean, is it just a case, y'all, where Scott lives there? He says, man, mom may have did this. Mom did it. Look at the affairs. Look at this. Look at that. And then next thing you know, you got brother on board, sister on board. Damn. You know what I mean? Because he is dead. Dad's gone. Is this a case of where this happened for money? You get mom out the way, that money's yours. That's the family, right? Amanda was paying for houses about to be of dad's about to be or that were on the foreclosure market. She's paying out of her pocket, Amanda. I don't know. This is weird.
Yes.
And what did your mom say to you when she called?
She said, well, your daddy's missing. And I said, what do you mean he's missing? And she said, well, we're out here looking for him and we can't find him anywhere. And I said, well, go look. Are his clothes still there? Is his CPAP machine still there? Like, did he leave? And like, did he just leave? Like, and I said, go look for that stuff. Look for his keys, look for his phone, look for his wallet, like go look for that stuff. And she just kind of was like, okay, got off the phone with me. Okay. She did call me back, however, and she asked me if I was on any of his bank accounts. And I said, no, why would I be on any of his bank accounts? She said, well, I just thought that maybe you could log into the accounts and see if there's been any activity. I said, no, I don't have access to that. The next call I got was from Chris.
Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Rap Game family, as always. I don't know. You said you didn't see the thing, and it could have been if you're on the phone. That's why sometimes it doesn't show up. But I appreciate you. Thank you.
And he said he's gone. I said, what do you mean he's gone? What are you talking about? And he said, Emily, he's gone. And I was like, where did he go? He said, no, he's gone. He is gone. He's like, we think he's in the burn pile. And that's just kind of when it went. I just lost it. I just said, I'm coming. I'm on my way.
Melody appeared to tear up as her daughter recounted arriving to their home after the news of Gary's death. She testified she thought more might have gone on with her father's death beyond what first appeared to be an accident, because like her brothers Chris and Scott, things changed for Emily when authorities told her father had been shot.
You mentioned that was a sticking point for you. What does that mean?
Father.
I guess I just needed to hear that that's actually what happened. Like I just needed to hear that from like a professional, a trusting source that's what had happened. And when I heard that, I thought, it just confirmed my beliefs.
What was the relationship like between you and your mom after this? Before you found out about the confirmation of the bullets?
It was normal. I was still talking to her. She.
Appreciate you, soft cookies. Nice to see you.
It kind of blurs together, but I know that there was a lot of her. We were all like just trying like all hands on deck just to help with getting information. Like we had no idea if my dad had a will. We didn't know really anything. We were completely hit. We were hit by this out of the blue. So we were really just trying to figure out what to do, just to kind of take care of things and get access to things. And I was talking to her during that time. She's still my mom. So I didn't act any differently with her.
Okay. And at some point did that change?
Yeah. She became more hostile. She was more aggressive with us. She was.
If you're just coming in again, I'm running back the highlights of this trial. There's a few. This is showing Emily, Chris, Scott, and I believe Amanda, and then so. It's almost at the end of it. Then we're gonna watch the sentencing that was yesterday, which I did watch in live time, and I do feel like the judge feels like she's possibly not guilty in this case. Actually, he might feel like she's fully not guilty. There was a lot of mishaps during the trial, which the defense can come back and win on. Personally, I think it's going to be the one with the juror where I think it was day 4, the end of day 4. There was a juror who was going to work still, right? He was not only was he going to work, he was working with people who were close to this case. And that may be grounds for some type of different. There's going to be something within that juror they let stay there. I don't know why the defense didn't say anything, because the defense just sat there like, nah, we're good. I think he asked the question of like, can you still push forward with this trial and be fair? Like homie was at work hearing from people who were on the scene working there at the fire station. Like, what are we talking about? People like your own peers that you work with worked at this scene and you're getting firsthand information as a juror. Dude was working like 48 hours and not going to sleep and coming in and being a juror while working with people who probably were bamming shit in his head about how she did this, etc. There's no telling what was said, but again, right there, I'd have had a problem. I wouldn't have started anybody. I'd have been calling for a mistrial. I don't know how they let them do that.
Demanding money. Like she would like bring up instances where my dad had lent us money or something, and she would be like, it's time to pay me back. Like I need you to pay me back now. And I was just like, well, I had a payment plan with him. Like I wasn't just going to give him like a lump sum. And, she was getting pretty aggressive with that. I guess that's kind of the best way to describe her behavior.
But there was one Farris sibling on their mother's side, and that was her youngest daughter, Amanda Bruce, who didn't testify as a witness for the state.
Amanda came off as like one to me that just spiritually hit me. I felt what she was saying. She wasn't really trying to dirt up or, throw mud everywhere. She was just speaking on family experience. And you can just, I don't know. I just see it.
instead a witness for the defense. She testified growing up that while her family appeared picture perfect on the outside, that wasn't necessarily always the case. When her mother's defense attorney asked her about her relationship with her dad, she remembered him at times as a doting father.
What was your dad like?
He was great.
Take your time. I feel like we've been in this trial for a while.
He was a very smart man. I'm sorry. There was no doubt in my mind he loved all of us. He made that known, and he was very sarcastic.
Lawyers are notorious for that.
He had the lawyer personality for sure, but I mean, he was the dad that you walk down the stairs and he'd whistle and go, "You're a movie star."
This is somebody who loves their dad and knows what their dad was to them. I didn't feel that through the other three. I'm just being honest. Like when she's talking right now, I'm getting like teary-eyed from her, just the way she speaks, because this is someone who loves their dad. This is what that is to me. This is someone who really loved their dad. And she's just speaking about her dad. She's not getting up there to bash anyone. She's just talking to, like, it's, I don't know. If you know, you know.
Or when Emily had her baby, he texted me a picture of me holding Olivia, and he goes, "You're natural." Like, he was just so loving, and I can still.
Take your time.
He was just such a big man, and he'd come and he'd just wrap his arms around you. But then in this instance, he'd turn around and fart on you, and you'd just be like, like, he was sweet, and he was witty. He could say things that cut you to the bone. He definitely demanded respect in that aspect, I guess you would say. I was always fearful of him in the sense that I wanted to respect him and I wanted him to be proud of me. And when he would make comments that I was not doing as well as I should, I took that to heart, and I really wanted to make him proud.
Bud said she had a different relationship with him than her siblings.
Could you tell the jury what his relationship was like with Chris, for example?
I mean, I never saw them really do much together, I guess you would say. But I mean, Chris was grown. I don't know much about their relationship when they were younger. I don't really recall. I know that they were in a lot of fights over the past years about money.
Could you explain that to the jury? Best you can remember.
Best I can remember. I mean, it sounds awful, but I mean, he had issues with taking money, and he expected. He always had his hand out, but I don't doubt that he didn't love my daddy. I approach things differently than my siblings did.
What is that?
She wasn't really trying to badmouth them. She only had to speak on it because it's already being put out there. Like, she even found something good to say about him. Like, he always had his hand out, but I had no doubt that he loved my daddy. You get what I'm saying? Like, if she was really like trying to defend her lies, she would have put it on him completely, you know?
Meaning I never wanted anything in return for his love. Especially right before he died, I just wanted a mother and a father, and that was it. I didn't want any more of the drama. I didn't want any more of their marital problems. I didn't want to deal with any of it. I just wanted a mom and a dad.
And how did you know that he was stealing money from your dad?
Well, my mother made it very apparent. There was never any dirty laundry that both of them weren't willing to air out to all of their children. So there was no boundary.
Would do that too?
Yeah.
So he would say, "Chris is stealing from me."
Correct.
Okay. And was that in the months and weeks leading up to his death?
Years.
For years?
It's been a problem for as long as as the girls have been around, as far as I'm concerned.
How would your brother do it? You say steal from him. How would that happen?
It was all things that I was told, whether it be my mom, mostly my mom, because I don't think my dad really liked to talk about those problems. He liked to complain to me about my mother.
Right.
But I mean, it was well known that he would take checks and he would cash them. He would take credit card numbers. He would use the numbers off of them. Just always needing stuff for the girls. Just always had his hand out. I don't know how else to say it.
But Emily didn't do stuff like that, right?
She needed help from him. I think it was mostly for her husband. I know that she moved into her house in Thompson Station, and she would have not gotten that without him. He co-signed on an apartment in Atlanta because they couldn't They couldn't get that on their own. But my dad co-signed for many things. Like he co-signed on my second car. He didn't pay anything for it, but he co-signed on it. So
he was just helping out the kids in that regard.
You had to ask for it, but he was not just going to willingly give it out. But you definitely had to ask for it.
And how did it come to pass that he wound up on the farm that you knew of?
Because he couldn't make it on his own. It was kind of a running joke that he just was always going to, he'd complain that, oh, mama told me to do this or daddy told me to do that. And I'm like, well, move out. Like, it's as simple as that. Like, don't live with your parents. It was, they always said, oh, I'm going to work on the farm or I'd work on the farm and things like, yeah, he did. I mean, I guess, but so did my dad. So did my mom. It was a kid that was living at home. And that was about it.
Do you think he was taking advantage of them?
I think anybody who asks their parents for money over the age of 20, 25 are taking advantage of people.
When her dad appeared to be missing and the siblings got together to search for him, she recalled her brother Scott making the gruesome discovery.
I walked all the way down. I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking something happened to my dad. He's been out here working on the property, may have fallen out. Let's go look for him. So I'm searching everywhere. And I go walk that property line and I go over the dam that's by the left of the pond if you're standing on that side. And I walked up to the barn. Probably walk either through the barn or around the barn. I don't really remember.
Now, I'll ask you this. Do you ever remember around this time Scott saying anything about the placement of the tractor? Did he bring that up? Did you hear that?
No.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Where you walked?
Walked up there. And I was calling out his name, trying to find him. I was getting desperate at this point and hoping I would find him. And I just had this gut feeling that something was wrong. And I had turned and walked down the driveway, and I was standing right as the driveway dips, and Scott calls me.
On your phone?
On my phone. And I'm looking over the pond and kind of just standing there at the fence, and he goes, Amanda, like something to the tune of like, Daddy's in this burn pile. Like, I know what I've seen. I've been in Iraq. I know what burned bodies looked like. And I'm just sitting there on the phone going, what are you talking about? And he was like, there's something in this burn pile. And I was like, what are you talking about? And pure just denial, I guess. And either he hung up the phone or I hung up, but I immediately called Chad and I said, you need to get here right now. This is what Scott is saying and you need to come get Cameron. And next thing I know, I don't know if he walked over. I mean, everything, your whole world stops. And he came over and grabbed me by the arm as hard as he could and he got in my face.
Who are we talking about?
Scott.
Okay.
He got in my face and he screamed at me. He said, I know what I saw. I know what it is, Amanda. And I was just again going like, what? And next thing I know, he said he called the 911 paramedics, whatever. And I walk up to the driveway. There's like a fork in the road.
I have to ask you this question and I'll move on from this talk quickly. But you walked down to the burn pile earlier. And you and your mom looked at it together. And neither one of you saw what you would believe to have been human remains.
Thank God, no.
But you say Scott was up behind you on the hill just staring at you both.
Yes.
Okay.
After Gary Farris was found dead, Melody...
Let me fix this real quick. What is going on? Weird. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Okay, I just had to fix that real quick. That was weird. Camera was stuttering or something. Window. To share audio, share a tab or screen. Let me know if you hear this. Let me know if you hear this. Is it good? Is the audio good still? Let me know. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. It's about time to watch that part. It's about time to watch it. You said that'd be my response. What are you talking about? Right. You said that's how Scott told her. No sound. I hate that. Why does it do that? It says share a screen for audio, but then it doesn't even give us the audio. Share a tab or screen instead. Oh, I got you. I got it. It's right here. Fixing that right now. Boom. Boom. How about this?
Could you tell from Scott?
He said, I know what I saw. I know what it is,
How's that?
Amanda. And I was just again going like, what?
Should be better.
And next thing I know, he said he called the 911 paramedics, whatever.
Good.
I walk up to the driveway. There's like a fork in the road.
I have to ask you.
It's not echoing when I do this either.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
I've been having a problem with that. I think I know how to fix it.
Name out your fucking mouth.
That's what Dad's saying from the grave.
This question real, and I'll move on from this topic quickly.
Okay,
but you
good.
walked down to the burn pile earlier, and you
But
and your mom looked at it together, and neither one of you saw what you would believe to have been human remains.
Thank God, no.
But you say Scott was up behind you on the hill, just staring at you both.
Yes.
Okay.
After Gary Farris was found dead, Melody went on to live with Amanda, and the cracks in her relationship with her brothers began to show.
When did it become apparent, or what could you tell from Scott and Chris breaking off from the family?
They eventually got very angry and irritated. I know Chris got mad at me because I told one of the detectives, I think his name was Tommy, that he decided not to go on vacation. Apparently that was a problem. He said we aren't supposed to talk to the attorney. So we were all on the same page.
You mean law enforcement?
Yes, sorry, law enforcement. That we should basically.
Why didn't anybody do that with Chris? You mean when he said they called me, told me they stuck and they did the regular things that law enforcement did? Why didn't anybody say, you mean you called them? Nobody did that to him.
They just go to the attorney if we have any questions. And just wait a minute. Keep to ourselves. Something ain't right. And he was handling the situation, the attorney.
In this time period or ever before, had you ever heard your brother Scott say, "This is my property.
Yes.
This is my house"?
Multiple times. He flaunted the fact that that was his property. I almost kind of like joked in a way.
Tell us more about that, Amanda. He also said, I ain't even gonna say. I'll let you guys hear it yourself. He also said, or he was also told, I'm sorry, by Dad that, hey, you need to get a fucking job. 1 week prior to this going down, you need to get a job. You're spending money on the cards, etc. You got to get a job. And then you know what happened 1 week later? When family was coming by. Why would somebody do this when family's coming by? Because it's other people to place the blame on. Why would someone kill, whether it's the father, husband, whatever? Because there's somebody to place the blame on. There's people there. There's family there. So now we can say, hey, he did it with the axe, or she did it with this. There's a lot of this to do when you have family coming over. And that's why I say the timing of this is weird. And there's a lot of other things that were weird, like blatant blood on certain spots of the house. Well, they say that she was an OCD cleaning freak, right? She's an OCD cleaning freak. Why would there be big ass spots of blood on the floor like this left if she was the one who did it? Yeah, I'm just gonna leave blood laying on the carpet at the bottom of the stairs and some up here, and I'm just, sloppy as hell. I got OCD. I clean very well. It just seems like if someone was in the house that didn't want to get caught in the house during that time and had to hurry up. But hey.
He kind of vicariously lived through my dad.
There was properties that were owned by the family, and was your brother Chris ever appointed over that?
My sister at one point got a coroner's letter that we did not know about. My mother had tried to get a lady named Diane to help her figure out what needed to be done with the estate because it had been so long. And that's when she went to the courthouse and realized that Chris had filed for, I don't know what you call it, for the estate, but he was given ownership of the estate, and we did not know.
Okay. Well, tell me how that went.
Not well.
Hold up.
I know that it turned into, I texted Emily at one point and I said, Diane's told me that there's been money taken out, and my dad owns the condo that my sister lived in Tuscaloosa, and said that it had, I don't know if it went into foreclosure or whatnot, but a property management company was in charge of, they would get the check and then Daddy, I assume, would get it to the mortgage company at that point. And it was not.
Strawberry Mama, they had everything to go with them too. Affairs, there would be affairs. Anybody who could sit down and think about this, right? There's so many different areas you could put the blame off in this case. And it just happened to be confirmation bias for the police when they started leaning it on mom. Everybody started going along with it being mom. You got 3 kids who are saying, yeah, mom, but they're suspecting mom, or I don't know, confirmation bias.
So the condo was lost.
And that was the condo in Tuscaloosa.
Correct. And that's when I petitioned to have the third party estate attorney. So none of us had our hands on it. It was purely an outside source. And I did not know that was an option until my mother spoke to Diane.
And so did they loop you in on any of this, Chris and Scott and Emily?
No.
Right. So you were kind of left on the outside.
Nobody talked to me about it.
Right. And is that because you were the only one showing any support for your mother?
I had to take care of her. I had no option but to take care of her at that point. Emily ran off back to Tennessee, and Chris and Scott were no help. I financially took care of a lot that first year. It was really hard on us, but we did it because it had to be done. God forbid something happened to the house. And I mean, the mortgage was over almost probably $5,500 a month. And then the home insurance, I paid for that. So if anything were to happen to it, we wouldn't be in a really big situation, but that was $600 a month. Paid for the car insurance on all of the cars, including Scott's. And that's kind of where Scott and I fell out.
Melody had been out on bond after her arrest and lived with Amanda over the past 4 years.
She was paying that
emotional testimony. She believed her mother to be innocent.
She has always maintained her innocence.
Correct. We've had some serious conversations, and the story remains the same.
You mentioned, it sounded like you were kind of trying to do your own investigation into this case 6 years ago. Is that kind of what
at the beginning? Right. And then
that's a fact.
I lost. You can't do anything when you don't know anything. And I grew up, and I understand that I can't control everything, and God's will is God's way. And that's it.
But also, is it fair to say that you felt like nobody was questioning you, asking you what happened?
Nobody wanted to talk to me.
Until somebody who used to be in the district attorney's office spent 4 hours with you.
Yeah, he came out of his way to come up to Hall County to talk to me and my husband.
And you felt like you were finally heard?
Yes.
Years after this incident took place?
That was in 2020.
They sure wanted to talk to Scott. They sure wanted to talk to Chris. They sure wanted to talk to everyone else. Why not Amanda? Come on, y'all. Really?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I was pregnant with my son, yeah.
Run the tape.
Until now. This is really your first chance to finally be heard in front of the jury.
Yes.
Do you feel like you said everything you needed to say?
There's just so much pain.
World's getting so soft.
There's no good outcome. He's never coming back. He'll never be there again. And that's just the worst part about it all. And knowing that my mother can potentially spend the rest of her life in prison is terrifying. But again, everybody, you have to follow the evidence, and you have to do what you do. And I'm sorry, y'all have to do this. I'm sorry.
Before I say, is there anything else you want to say to this jury?
I'm sorry that you have to be here. I'm sorry I have to be here, and everybody in this room. But if I can say anything at all in what this has taught me, is that lean into God, and He will take care of you and give you peace and calm in the storm, and just give you a sense of hope. And I don't know, it's hard to find anything. I hope the truth comes out, and it's going to be painful no matter what happens, because at the end of the day, my daddy's gone, and I miss him.
Melody Farris ultimately chose not to testify in her own defense. In the state's final message to the jury during closings, prosecutors reiterated their theory. Melody killed her husband for his...
She says that her counsel said for her not to. I mean, are you going to listen to your counsel if you're like, hey, I want to go on the stand, and they're like, no, we advise against that? Are you going to listen to the lawyers that you paid all this money for and put your trust in them? Or, again, I feel like she should have went on the stand 100%. And if she definitely would have went on the stand and said what she said yesterday during sentencing, I've never witnessed anything like that. I've seen some shit, but I've never witnessed anything like that where I actually felt what was being said, like from the accused. I feel like they dropped the ball on this case. People are going off of hearsay and willing to believe some ex-boyfriend and all these other people with no documentation of proof. They're able to go off hearsay. So that just shows that you can be lied on All it takes is multiple people to point the finger at you, and that's it. Your chances of being convicted and cooked are high. That's all it takes.
His money and to ride off in the sunset with her lover.
Everything she said and did in this case not only proves that she committed these crimes, but she did it with malice aforethought and an abandoned, malignant heart. She stood to inherit all of his money. She burned the remains of her husband for almost 39 years in the hopes it would look like an accident. All because she wanted his money and to live a life with Rusty.
However, Melody's defense attorneys urged the jury not to buy that story.
They did not prove that Melody knew anything about the existence of life insurance. There's not a single witness who has said Melody knew about the life insurance policy, that Melody knew that she was a beneficiary. In fact, you heard from their own witness, Martha Jane. She said Melody didn't know anything about her finances. She didn't know where the money was. She knew that she had a debit card and that she could use it, and a credit card, and that she could use it, and that Gary tracked her. But she didn't know anything about other than that. She didn't know anything about life insurance. She didn't know anything about the 401k. She didn't know about the partnership stuff, though, because she called and asked about it. But that's it. They want to say that money is the motive, and you might want to establish some evidence that the person who's wanting the money even knows the money exists. The only thing that Melody knows about money existing in this trial that is a proven fact is a receipt in her car with $11,000 in the bank account. So with that, I'm going to just go ahead and in there so John Luke can do his part, but that's the confirmation bias. And that's what it looks like. You remember I talked to you about that in the opening. Confirmation bias. They got their beliefs, and they leave all these facts. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you to find Melody Farris not guilty of all these charges.
Deliberations would take place over the course of...
They got their beliefs.
Hold on, let me zoom in on this. Let's look at that. So, facts. No phone dumps of Emily, Chris, Jenna, or Chris Payne. Emily trying to access bank records. What does that say? Something. Oh, Scott deleted the camera. Come on now. The behavior, Scott, Jenna, and Chris, magic gun that disappeared or that popped up. Where's this gun? Has ammunition in Scott's something that has ammunition and Scott's. I don't know what that is. I can't see it right there because it's blocked out. But dysfunction, affairs, financial stable, 2 drops of blood in the basement, 1 drop of blood on the tractor step, 1 drop of blood on RTV shifter, all not tested, by the way. 1 drop of blood on Melody's shirt and shoe, her own blood. Scott's claim to see a snub-nosed revolver. Melody not honest about affairs at first. Melody and Scott are on the property from 7-3 and 7-4. Right there. Melody hated Gary beliefs. Melody hated Gary controlling her money. She wanted to be with Rusty. Melody had the opportunity and motive and evidence of a crime inside of the home.
And they leave all these facts. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask you to find Melody Farris not guilty of all these charges.
Deliberations would take place over the course of...
No, she was just convicted yesterday, but I personally think something's wrong here, cold case. I think something's wrong here. I don't think they got the person who really committed this murder allegedly. And that's just my opinion from based on the shit that I've seen. I cannot convict her just based off hearsay, even though there was some things to me that stood out. But people say shit like that all the time. I'm so sick of my husband. I hope he fucking dies. You know how many times we've heard that in our life? Probably. Maybe some of us haven't, but I have. I've heard people say, I can't fucking stand my husband. I hope that motherfucker dies a horrible death. That doesn't make them a murderer. So she said she was having a conversation with the neighbor, right? And she said some shit like that in text messages. And I was like, damn, he's dead. So it does stand out to me. But that was also a year and some change beforehand, or 2 years beforehand. So again, you could cheat all you want. That doesn't make you a murderer. And the fact that we're going to say that she waited until all these people were coming over again. You've seen that July 3rd, July 4th, Scott, Chris, whoever was coming to the property, family was there to get together, etc. And she chooses a time where family gathering to murder her husband. That doesn't make sense. There's no time of death either. That's weird. Scott lived on the property in a barn. He said some things on the stand that just doesn't make sense. They called me and told me. I'm gonna always stand on that. And people go, Rev, well, he messed up his wording. Well, if he messed up his wording, why wasn't he corrected and said so on the stand? They were talking about how he called the police, not how they called him and told him. And it was regular procedure. His own words. I think this woman was convicted wrongly. I think there's something else to the story.
3 days, even at one point coming back deadlocked. But then on day 3 of deliberations, the jury ultimately made their decision.
We, the jury, as the count 5, we find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 4, find the defendant guilty. We, the jury, as to count 3, we find
the judge didn't believe it.
We, the jury, as to count 2, find the defendant guilty. And we, the jury, as to count 1, find the defendant guilty.
Melody Farris gave little reaction when the verdict was read, seemingly in shock she was found guilty on all counts. And she wouldn't get to go home with Amanda before her sentencing. While she was out on bond before trial, after her conviction, she was taken into custody to await her sentence. Melody Farris's sentencing hearing is slated for December.
Yeah, this is it right here, and we're about to watch it. We're about to watch her sentencing. Yep. You're damn right. Let me scoot this up a little bit because we're about to dive into the sentencing. And watch the judge. For the folks who don't know this, watch the judges. Like when he had to give the penalty out, y'all. This judge gave me, I believe she's innocent vibes. Yeah, he had to go by law and he had to do his job, but he gave me vibes of, because he let her speak and say all of these things that was saying, hey, I'm innocent. I didn't want to think that my son could do it, but he did it. Yeah, it's pointing a finger, but that's what anybody innocent would be doing. They'd be saying, hey, I didn't do this. You're convicting the wrong person. What else do you expect them to say? I mean, either they're going to get up there and bullshit and, if you look at the evidence, it matches them being in that chair. And that's usually what we look for. Fuck all the feelings about this person, that person, and the third. Look at the evidence in the case and see if it matches that person sitting in that chair. Yeah, she said some messed up things, but I've heard people say things like that haven't murdered their husband to this day. And people are like, she's evil. She looks this, that, and the third. I don't know. Screw all that. The evidence, the only part where people are saying, yeah, she did it. Rusty said that she said he was on the burn pile. So, okay. So now we're going off hearsay of an ex that's cheating on his wife, and there's all types of cheating going on. You expect us to sit here and believe this fucking manipulative piece of shit? Like, what are we talking about? Get that dude up out of here. Like it could have been on both sides. It doesn't matter. I can't listen to that. You got to have to show me some hard evidence proving that she did it. They're saying she stole a gun from a friend back in the day. So she stole a gun and planned to do this 12 years later or however long it's been since the gun was missing. Hi.
You are fake news.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
They fucked this up. The jurors fucked this up. This trial was injustice at its best. It wasn't a fair trial at all. And the reason why I say it wasn't a fair trial, again, you have a juror that was working close with people on the scene, getting firsthand information, working 48 hours straight and coming in and on without 24 hours of sleep or nothing. Coming in and again, working with people who have firsthand knowledge about it, who have been on the scene back when this murder took place. That's the type of shit we're believing.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Mm-hmm. That's the first time I've watched a trial where I felt like in real time or watched the sentencing, etc., and felt that there's something not right. Weird. Watch. He gets beat red. Watch his mannerisms after everything is done right here. Just watch his mannerisms. He's like beat red. He feels like he's in the middle of something he shouldn't be in the middle of.
Thank you.
Whatever.
My guy.
Okay, I'll go back to mine. That's quick.
You are welcome.
Wait about 10 minutes.
A lot on the mind on this one.
The jury convicted her. They were deadlocked at first. The jury convicted her. They were deadlocked at first. And then somehow, I don't know how they ended up, doing it. Again, if somebody was murdered in your house, you may be stepping on the blood, especially if it was your kid that did it, allegedly. And again, did she move a 300-pound man all the way a quarter of a mile out to the burn pile? Right? Did she move this man to the burn pile? And in fact, let me pull this up for you real quick before we dive into it. I want to see what y'all think. It could be like a tractor. She was moved by a tractor. Okay. Or he was moved by a tractor. This is a 300-pound man. She's 5'3", 125. So she dragging that man that far? Hold up. I do want to pull this up before we dive into this. Sentencing, that's not it. Okay, there it is. This is what I wanted to pull up. Let me make sure that you guys can see this. Present, stop screen for a second. Pull this up. Right, here it is. Crime scene footage, right? This is like the up close. So this is the property. This is the property right here. So his guts hurt doing this. I missed it the first time. Damn. That don't make no sense. It's happened in Georgia too. Right in Georgia. I truly believe she's possibly innocent in this case, though. It was really nothing concrete besides, text messages that didn't talk really anything about the murder at all. It just said things that I hear every day from people. I cannot fucking stand my husband. I hope he dies. Shit like that. That we've heard and heard plenty of times. 300 pounds of dead weight at that. That's about 700 pounds at that point. This is the crime scene. This is they went out there and processed it. Raw crime scene footage.
You can come around.
Before we watch this sentencing. This is crazy. Make that big screen right there. This is a beautiful property too. So yes, this was it for me.
Let me know if you see anybody getting off that bus.
All right. That's the prosecution right there. Cherokee County. Cold case. They dropped the ball on this investigation. They didn't even test certain things that they were presenting in court. It was the shit show. Straight up shit show. Where is the tire tracks?
You are fake news.
Tell them. I got you. This is raw crime scene footage or them walking the crime scene, etc. This is where she would have had to drag him from that house, right? So we're talking dragging him from here all the way to where they're walking, somewhere around here, all the way. But they say down below where his room was, there was a sliding door, I guess. Homie's got golfing up here. Talk about dragging them all the way across to where they're going right now. He said, Sammy says, if she can't commit the basics of the crime, like moving the body to the burn pit, then how could she be convicted? That's what I don't understand. Maybe someone can help me with this, man. Okay, so that was, the way the state lays this out, they thought the fire pit was outside the back door, not out around and then way over there. So what you do, roll them out here? Yeah, it's definitely a long trip, for sure. Man. It's a silent walk right there. What are we muting shit for? You know? How can you convict this shit? I believe there's more than one person involved too, y'all.
Okay. This is okay. If you want to walk around, yes. You need to walk around the building.
There it is. So they just walked from that spot up at the crib to the right here, or the mouse. So again, 125-pound, 5'3" woman was able to drag his body out from the bottom of that basement when they're saying the crime scene started upstairs. I don't know. It's super weird. It doesn't make any sense. Did the son go to the burn pit with the father? Then the crime was done there? Probably arguing about money, because a week before, remember, you got to get a job, son. You got to get a job. And he's in the grave going,
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth!
I guarantee this man's in the grave yelling that over and over and over again.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth!
Mm-hmm. Man's yelling that shit from the grave. Yeah, it is far. They're trying to say she used the tractor. Scott told her to move the tractor, though. Bing bong. So she touched it after him, allegedly. Allegedly, if you haven't heard of law enforcement, it is absolutely not true. But that man did fail a lie detector test. That man did say they called me and told me. That man did delete footage. I mean, come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. We could have convicted him with just that information alone, right? If we could convict her off of, she told Rusty hearsay. If we can convict her off of that, then we should be able to convict him with this then. I'm just saying. Let's be fair and transparent. Now, take the lie detector test out. It's admissible in court. I know that. But deleting footage, having her go to the tractor after that's what she allegedly used, guarantee he could have got a guilty verdict too. Guarantee it. Allegedly, that's just my opinion. But I guarantee that he would have got convicted. He would have got convicted.
Bing bong.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I'm telling you, this man would have got it. I appreciate you, Marcy. Marcy, I see it differently, you know? Like if there was proof of her saying that to Rusty, and he talked about he lied, like if there was proof of that, it'd be different. But it's like hard to believe a bunch of people who are all liars and want money. So I'm looking for that evidence that shows me. I mean, there's blood on their shoe, but that could be from whatever crime scene committed, happened in the house. It all is weird. It's weird, Marcy. This is weird. Rusty was on pills when he claims she told him to burn. Oh yeah, the burn pit comment. She had the tractor to pick the body up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Parked it in the wrong place.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Oh my God.
This isn't funny. What are we laughing for? The damn devil's lettuce. You said, oh, I think someone said the state was saying she shot once, made him walk to the burn pile, shot him again, pushed him in. I don't know. I didn't watch the trial. I think that's just a theory. I haven't heard anything like that, but this is a lot of what they suspected. You know, I wanted you guys to get a visual of this location just to see, because I want to review all this. That's why I was reviewing the courtroom moments, etc. Because this judge definitely thought something, y'all. You could just tell by the judge's body language that he felt something was wrong. The way that he read it, etc. Like he just felt off. Yeah, it's definitely not. It's sad because this man busted his ass to get where he was at in his life, just to be what? Murdered over greed and money? Say she just golden money. Strong arm. Okay, now it's time to dive into this part. Let's get to it. I'll just take this off the screen, present this on the screen. Now we're going to watch the sentencing. I'm telling you, watch this judge's mannerisms, y'all. Like the way that he got beat red.
Oh, Cooper's cute. Cooper's cute. Cooper's a real cute baby. My kids look like
A few ideas, but no facts.
You can see, bud.
No, usually you would.
I didn't see basketball last night. My kid was sick, so.
I feel like usually you would be like, damn, there's evidence there. There's a handgun found. That bullet matched her handgun, and it was, this is hers, etc. I hadn't seen anything like that in this up to day 7.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Nothing. Just just straight up confirmation bias, like the defense did say. But the defense definitely screwed it up by not putting her on the stand, period. She said her counsel told her and advised against to not go on the stand. Well, I guess you're going to listen to your counsel, right? Everybody says, get a lawyer, listen to the lawyer. You've seen everything we have not as well. If we are jurors, you are tainting us. If you think you can move a 300-pound man, if moving a few sacks of sand or something, I see. Trial is over. Yep. I thought we were going to watch the trial. We've been watching the trial. We're on day 7. I just have to go live and finish doing it, like on a different live where we're actually watching day 7, because I've got up to that far. So let's bring this up. Here we go. We'll get right up here. Turn this up. There we are. Me neither. I feel it just absorbed. You can't help but to. He said, I think the judge felt some kind of way because her appearance was surprising. It was. It definitely was surprising. And I don't think I've witnessed anything like that in live time before, Marcy. And that hit me too. But I already thought that something was wrong with this case before that. And I, again, didn't follow it since it happened. I was just told about it about 30 days ago, and I had jumped into just watching it. I didn't look at the original story, nothing. I just jumped into watching it. I ended up getting up to like day 4, watched it 3 times, and then went live, started from 1, 2, 3, 4, because I just felt something so off. Felt, damn, this is not right type of thing, And I'm not saying that she's 100% not guilty, but what I am saying is there's a big missing piece to this whole entire case. There's a big missing piece. I am leaning towards her not being guilty, though, for sure. Especially when people tell me there is really no evidence. The only evidence is a boyfriend who lied and cheated on his wife, too. All right, here we go. Here we go. I have to watch it. Yeah, definitely. Hold up, we'll bring it up to here.
All right. All right.
We just came in. We're watching the sentencing that was yesterday. Again, I watched it live, and I do think that this judge believes her in some way. His body language was so off. Like, it was off. His body language told me a different story of like, wow. He goes, I don't even want to get into my thoughts. Grief. And I was sitting there thinking, me and Michaela were looking at each other like, damn, can a judge overturn a verdict? Can a judge, like, that's what it felt like. I felt like we were about to see some wild ass shit.
You ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. We are here on the state of Georgia versus Melody Walker Farris,
It's a fact.
23 CR 0715. This defendant was convicted on November 4th, 2024 of 5
You are
counts.
fake
Count 1,
news.
malice murder. Count 2, felony murder. Count 3, aggravated assault. Count 4, concealing the death of another. And count 5, making false statements. We're here for sentencing on those 5 counts, which a jury convicted her and found guilty for. In regards to the sentencing, Judge, both the defense and I agree that under 1617, the court is going to sentence on count 1. Count 2 will be vacated as a matter of law. Count 3 will merge into count 1. And then the court will sentence on 4 and 5. And the range for 4 is 1 to 10. And that's 1631. And the range for count 5 is 1 to 5 under 161020.
All right. Mr. Weaver, Mr. Ray, y'all in agreement with that?
Yes, Judge.
All right. All right. You have evidence you want to present?
Marcy, I will be coming back on. I just got to remember what time, like, I got to remind myself, hey, we need to finish watching this trial. Because I do like to watch, when I listen to these stories, I can hear everything, but it's different when you're actually watching everything unfold and people be put on the stand, etc. So again, we will come back and do day 7 and watch it. I usually speed up the trial a little bit to like 1.25 or 1.3. That way we can kind of go through it. It's usually like an 8 to 12 hour stream when I do it. So I definitely do want to finish seeing everything. You know what I mean? I think it's important. So for sure.
I have 1 exhibit to present, and then 2 exhibits to present, and then the family has a few impact statements.
All right.
Possibly just 1 that they would like me to read into the record, which I have already shown the defense.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
State's exhibit 1 is a video of Gary Farris with his granddaughter, Olivia.
Right.
That's all you is. You is the square girl. You gonna stand up for me? Huh?
Oh, that's sad, man.
Yeah. I know.
Tim.
You had a rough day.
Who was the child?
Olivia's granddaughter, Emily Payne's
All right.
That was him.
And that was from May of 2018. And then, Judge, this is just a photo of the 2 that we
What's up, Captain?
put in evidence as well.
Good. What's going on, Colleen? I didn't see you sneak in.
Nice to see you, my friend.
And at this time, I'm going to read into the record a statement written by Emily Payne on behalf of the family. Your Honor, since our father was taken from us, our lives have been filled with an unbearable void. Every day feels like a constant reminder of what we've lost. Gary was a father, grandfather, brother, uncle, friend, and colleague to many. We miss his laughter, his warmth, and his presence in our lives. It's a pain that will never go away. Gary was not just our beloved father, but our confidant and our rock. Now we are left to navigate life without his guidance and support. Every milestone, every happy moment is tainted by the thought that he will not be here to share it with us. There will be no more birthday parties, backyard gatherings, holiday celebrations, or other family activities to share together. Those opportunities to say I love you are forever gone. Our family is forever broken from this tragedy. This loss is only made worse by the betrayal of trust we feel for our mother. To know that the person who caused this suffering to our family was someone we relied on the most is a wound that may never heal. Our children are now growing up without their big daddy and grandma. The impact on their young lives is devastating. They ask questions we cannot answer, and we often find ourselves lost for words when they ask why they don't have a grandmother or grandfather. We ask this court to consider the gravity of this crime, the devastating impact it has had on our family, and to ensure that justice is served. No sentence can ever bring our father back, but a just punishment can offer a semblance of closure and prevent another family from experiencing this unimaginable pain.
My water.
Your Honor, that's all of the statements and evidence the state has. I just have closing.
All right. What do we need? We need to do something with the other indictment.
Yes, Judge, I will be submitting an offer that there.
All right.
I don't know defense of that.
Okay. You can do that after sentencing. That's fine.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Mr. Weaver, Mr. Ray.
Judge, we have two witnesses. All right, we have one that he's prepared a statement. We're just going to call him and let him read the statement.
All right, that's fine.
Fifth call, Mr. K. Thomas.
Where do you want him, Judge?
He can just come up to the lectern, it's fine.
My nose. He said, I watched from the beginning and I didn't think he was guilty. There was so much reasonable doubt. Yeah, to see, I think that some people just got to learn how to. I know we always care for the victim and we always want the right, justice to be brought to them. And I think a lot of us are used to seeing cases where there's crystal clear evidence, right? Like, I mean, DNA on a murder weapon or this, that, we're used to seeing shit like that. But people have ran with this narrative in this case that, hey, she's a cheater. This guy came in saying this, that, and the third. There's really nothing too concrete for me that stood out. Not in this case. It was like, damn. And if there was, I'd be saying it. I'd be like, damn, I think she did it. It's like I think Brian Kohlberger's DNA being on the knife sheet. I think that guy did it, allegedly. But her, I'm not, I've seen the text messages with the neighbor. I'm processing that in my head. I've heard people in my life or that I've been around at some point in my life say shit like, I wish he was fucking dead. You get what I'm saying? Like to their husband. I've heard that. They're not dead. They're still alive. So of course it's going to look weird to jurors who look at that like, damn, she said I hope he dies a gruesome death. And I hope this, that, and okay, we get it. I get it. I understand. It does look bad. I'm sitting here saying it looks bad, but there's no concrete evidence besides this stolen gun and these other things that are talked about, which is, it's weird. There's a lot of hearsay in this trial though. They convicted with hearsay in this trial. Even the judge's whole body language, etc., says exactly what a lot of us or what anybody with a heart feels. When you hear that, I don't know. And you listen back to this trial and you look at the evidence and you listen to Scott, you got go on the stand and listen to Scott's whole entire testimony. They called me and told me. The police called him and told him, right? Because the police just had telekinesis and they could see that your dad was murdered in a burn pile, so they called you, allegedly. Let's keep going.
No, just swear, man.
He's trying to affirm his testimony that people will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so you got.
Bro, I had no dog in the fight in this. I just came into this late 30 days ago, Jude. Started watching these things, correct? Right. When I watched them and I'm listening, right? I'm looking at Scott, I'm looking at Chris, Scott, Emily. I've watched up to that point. And something with Scott just stood out to me. Like if you go back and listen, I think it was the prosecution was talking to him about finding his dad. He says, they called me and told me. This dude is reading the script. This guy, did he mess up? He messed up on this thing. He said, they called me and told me. Why did nobody stop that? They were quick to stop someone else and correct them. Why didn't they do it to him? It's weird to me. You said that's fine. Everyone has, yeah, facts, no doubt. You said around the block, this lady is guilty, and I respect it. I respect it. At least you thought that. Did you watch the trial? And if you believe that, that's salute to you. I'm. Hey, look, I get it. Some people are gonna have a different opinion, and you got to respect it. And I definitely respect yours, and wouldn't mistreat you for that. But I'm saying to go back and listen to his wording in different things without thinking about Gary, and what happened to him. Go back and look and take that out of your mind and look at it as if you were the juror sitting on the other side, could you convict this woman when all these different things transpired during this trial?
I do. Okay, put your hand down. Can you judge this for record purposes? Can you say your name?
David Thomas.
Okay, and have you prepared
people
a
walk
statement to read to the court for purposes of sentencing?
I have.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
See, people walk with more evidence against them than what I've heard in this trial. There's shit they didn't test. There's a lot going on here.
Your Honor, may I address the court and say a few things to you and the family?
All right.
First, I'd like to address the Farris family. I want each and every one of you to know how sorry I am for the loss of your dad, your brother, and Melody, for your husband, Gary. I understand what it's like to lose both parents. I buried both of mine in the pouring down rain in 29-degree weather on a Christmas Eve not too long ago. So I understand all the questions about death and why.
That's a fact.
Yours is even more complicated as to who and why. You are all in my prayers and in my thoughts as these years have gone by. No amount of money can ever replace a parent, a spouse, or brother, and no amount of money is ever worth anybody's life. Second, Melody, I am your friend. And I will stand up for you today because in this 8 months, 6 years ago that I came to know you, I witnessed what a true friend could be to another friend of ours who was fighting for his life, as he still is today.
Mm-hmm.
I saw what your heart was made of in spite of your own circumstances and problems, and that you wanted to help, not to hurt, but to help. I saw the kindness you showed myself along with other people around you. I know your story always remained the same, and it never changed.
Tractor.
And in my heart of hearts, I believe in your innocence. For I would not be here today, along with our friend in spirit, Alan, who is fighting this horrible disease called.
That's what I'm trying to find.
As we speak.
I think they did mine.
Third, Your Honor, this is my friend Melody. Melody Walker Farris, whom I come before you today on her behalf as a friend to ask you for mercy. I ask you for grace. I ask you for leniency upon your decision of her sentencing. Gary's death was a horrible tragedy, and there is no excuse for murder on any level. But to convict someone and sentence them for life is even.
I'll tell you what this case did to me, right? I'll tell you what this case did to me. It made me rethink the way that I look at cases in general, and the way I would give my opinion on those cases. It makes me want to be more responsible as of looking and going and listening to people, whether it be testimonies, etc. Because we look at cases from the beginning, we hear about these, sprinkled, detailed type evidence to come out into the public, but when the trial comes, it's you gotta be able to. I've noticed you got people who are for the victims, and you got people who are for justice, who may be screaming, "Hey, look, I think Brian Kohlberger didn't do this," or "I think this was," You got to do your due diligence on watching the trial, listening to the information, reading the paperwork. And I mean, and that's if you were to call him to be a juror. It's hard when you have biased people, and I get it now. I get it when these people come in and they go, "Damn, you saying he looks guilty? Y'all are just convicting him. That's biased." And I'm understanding those people more as I've watched this trial of what I've seen so far in this part today or yesterday that was on. Maybe look a lot differently at this shit, y'all. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, this makes me look at cases way differently. You said both their boys are sus to me, Scott. You said Sky had motive and opportunity to commit the stage. This crime frame Melody. Yep. The crime scene for sure. That's kind of how I was feeling and looking at it. Like, damn, this was kind of sloppy if you think about it. Go back and look at the crime scene. Like, there's blood left in certain places. The cleanup was dog shit. So we're gonna say that the woman that has lived with this man for 39 years just committed the most shittiest murder ever when all the family was supposed to be there. If you look at it, and then the evidence adds up to something along those lines, so it's weird. Oh, well, we didn't test this, but we're presenting it to a full, all 12 jurors. We didn't test it, but we're going to show you the pictures, etc., and we're going to show the jurors. Hey, look, there's some blood here, but we didn't test it. What if that was somebody else's who, had something to do with the crime? A lot of weird stuff, y'all.
More of a tragedy in itself, especially if it is the wrong person, and especially if all of the evidence was not able to be presented to the jury as a complete investigation should have been brought forth. There were a lot of holes in this case and a lot of unanswered questions. I don't know who's responsible for Gary's death. I know the jury did the best they could with the information that they had to work with, Your Honor.
Which was nothing really.
But there were doubts.
Hearsay. I mean, that's all I've seen. That's all I've seen. This hearsay this whole entire time.
And there still are for many of us in this case today. I don't know who will have to live with that burden for the rest of their lives. But in coming to know Melody, I cannot believe she is the one responsible for her husband's death. And if
Judge, I'm going to object. He cannot impeach the verdict. That's improper statement. We can talk about it affects him and the family, but he cannot impeach the verdict.
I'm going to let him go ahead.
He said, I'm going to let him go
If
ahead.
I gave you a roadmap and tore it in half and expected you to reach a decision in this case without all of the information, that would not be fair to anyone, including Gary, if the wrong person was convicted. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Anyone got any questions?
No.
All right.
So we just have one more. If the court will recall, there was a gentleman that sat behind us, Farris, in the entirety of the trial. That is Mr. Alan Wilson. He is
Look at his look.
suffering from cancer, as Tom was referring to.
Damn.
Okay.
Hold up.
All right.
What's going on here?
All right, go ahead.
Judge, take a second.
A lot of unanswered questions.
Hold up.
That's improper.
Look at the look right here.
We can talk
Look at
about it
that.
affects him and the family, but he cannot impeach the verdict.
I'm going to let him go ahead.
Watch his look.
If I gave you a roadmap and tore it in half and expected
That is Mr. Alan Wilson. He is.
What's going on here?
As Tom was referring to. He's. Judge, take. So he's very safe.
My man looked like he wanted to kill him.
That sat behind us, Farris, in the entirety of the trial. That is Mr. Alan Wilson. He is who's suffering from cancer, as Tom was referring to.
Homie looked like he wanted to kill him.
Okay.
Or snapping his
All right.
neck and shit. Hold up. Damn.
That is Mr. Alan Wilson. He is who's suffering from cancer, as Tom was referring to.
Bruh,
He's
he
unable
wanted
to
to
be
do
here
something.
to
Okay.
So he's very safe.
He wanted to dance with him.
All right.
I mean,
All right, go ahead.
hold hands.
Judge, take a second. I gotta zoom in.
I don't know. Was she? That's a good question. I don't. Did we hear who that was? So was he having an affair with that guy? She was having an affair with multiple people. I mean, even probably the neighbor. I don't know. I said this when we were watching it, right? Like I seen the text messages were being read out, and I'm like, damn, why he got both numbers, etc. It does, like being a cheater don't make you a murderer. You know? Hold on, run this back. I gotta see that. Homie looked like he wanted to strangle dude or beat his ass right there on sight.
There was a gentleman that sat behind us, Farris, in the entirety of the trial. That is Mr. Alan Wilson. He is who's suffering from cancer, as Tom was referring to. He's unable to be here due to the sickness.
Okay.
So he's very safe.
Homie wanted to get busy,
All right.
y'all.
All right, go ahead.
Judge, take a second. I gotta zoom
He
in.
wanted to get busy for sure.
So, Mr. Alan Wilson writes, then Melody Walker.
No, I respect him because he was willing to look him right in the face. I do respect that. Like if you're gonna do some shit or you think something about someone, then mean it. I respect him for looking him right in the face. If you had, I don't know who knows what the problem is.
Melody Walker Farris' friend for the past 30 years. I helped to build her and Gary's house at
You may want to
Hampton
say
Hall, and that's where our friendship began. I have watched her children grow up over the years and become adults. Melody has always been an incredible friend to me. Melody always went the extra mile to make sure that I was okay in my life, even at times when things were not good in hers. I appreciate her more than you know, especially 6 years ago when I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. Because everything she had to help my friend Dave throw a surprise Christmas gathering for me, but she did, even when her world was falling apart.
It's all good.
We
I
have done
got you,
things over
buddy.
the
Don't
years
worry.
like dinner, social events, just plain hanging out. As Melody would give you the shirt off
Yeah,
her
it
back.
is, you
She
would.
always loved her children, no matter what. She loved Gary from the beginning and stuck with him over the years,
I got you.
stating and trying to raise their 4 children as a mother should. She was there for Gary when he was sick. She was there for her children when they needed her. And
Yeah, by the way, if you didn't know, that's Chris on the screen. That's not Scott. That's Chris. So Chris, no, I don't know. It looked like he had beef with that dude. And Bubby, I got you. Don't worry. I got you. Trust me. I can I can shoot you a playlist where it's like 4 or no, we did 6 days, I believe, all the way up. So I've covered 6 days of this already. I would be on day 7 when I do the next one, which is going to be soon after seeing this.
next one. And she was there for all of us. Yeah, I believe we just will have some argument as a sentence, but Ms. Farris wanted to address the court whenever it's appropriate.
I'll generally let her go last, so long as she doesn't talk about the facts of the case. So y'all can go ahead and present.
I'm going to reserve that.
All right, go ahead.
Judges, has the argument. We've already addressed the murder issue. We agree with that. Aggravated assault should merge into malice murder count based on the way that the indictment reads. So the court will only be sentencing on count 1, count 4, as well as count 5. The court knows you can sentence her to a minimum of life as to count 1, or a maximum of life without the possibility of parole. The court can also run consecutive to either one of those sentences, a maximum of 15 years. We will be asking the court to ask to count 1, sentence Ms. Farris to life with the possibility of parole. Ask to count 4, 10 years concurrent, and ask to count 5, 5 years concurrent, both the count.
Damn.
Looking at the Department of Corrections inmate population,
He definitely wanted to catch me.
you can see that once a person gets over the age.
I'm sorry, but this, like, just when I see the evidence in this case, right, against her, I can't convict her. I can't do it off hearsay, y'all. And that's, I'm telling you, this case has really opened my mind when it comes to, you know, even just making opinions on cases. Like, a lot of people just look at shit for 2 seconds and then they go, she's guilty. Oh, she looks guilty. Or he's guilty. He's guilty. He's, you know, and that's a problem for real, because it happens. Quick attention spans. People barely want to go read and do anything when it comes to these cases, but they're quick to go, he's guilty, or she's guilty, or he looks guilty. Oh, look at his eyes. Yeah, he did it. He did it. That's a lot of what's going on, instead of people really looking at these cases correctly, looking at all the information against that person. So I understand the whole, well, you're biased because you haven't heard this case out. You haven't looked at the evidence. You're just saying what most people are saying. And that's really a thing. People don't do their due diligence. They want to make an opinion again. And that's why those folks from the outside who are going, man, y'all are biased as shit. That's why they're saying it right there. Because you're not willing to separate the heart connection with the family, or hearing this, that, and the third. You listen to barely any information on the case, and it's already, yeah, I'm telling you, she's guilty. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Age of 65, their presence in the prison system dwindles
Good morning.
dramatically.
In a row in
He's
the
currently
building.
63 years old. Any sentence really that this court gives, if it gives her life with the possibility of parole, with the current restrictions on parole eligibility being at 30 years for this sentence, is essentially a death sentence for Ms. Farris. Before even being eligible and not guaranteed parole after 30 years, that would make her 93 years old before she's eligible for parole. And looking at the female population of the current Department of Corrections, there are currently, at her age, only 11 females currently in custody in the state of Georgia. If you go 10 years from that, you get to 74. There is 1, and there are no females older than 74 currently housed within the Department of Corrections. Based on that, Judge, and the facts of the case, as the court heard them, there's a reason for this to be a trial and to be such a long trial. I think that there was some doubt, especially with the jury stating that at one point they weren't home and they come back with a verdict. And we respect the jury's verdict, although we do not agree with it. So for those reasons, her age, her lack of criminal history, which the court has heard hundreds of times during all the bond hearings and that we had over the years, of which she had no history, that the appropriate sentence in this case would be the court sentence her to life on count 1, with counts 4 and 5, 5 and 10 to run concurrent. At least that will give her some possibility of being parole eligible at some point in the future.
She was failed by her defense attorneys for real. If you had Steele on this case, I feel she would have walked. You know, I'm talking about Steele from the Young Thug case. She'd have walked this. She'd have been out. She'd be free right now. Because these defense attorneys were trash, straight up garbage. Bag them up, put them in the bag, and get rid of them. This is not how you defend an innocent person. I mean, it just seems like I don't know. It didn't seem like they were fighting for it for real, from what I've seen on tape so far. And maybe my mind changes, but I'm personally thinking,
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
you know what I mean? I don't feel this guy. Like it's like it's like a book standing there and talking to you. Hi, I'm doing construction and I'm out here. It's like, I don't know. It's just weird. I'm not feeling it. Straight up. Like, here, I'm here to get my paycheck. You could be easy on her. You'd be sitting there. She is innocent. Y'all are putting an innocent woman in like, come on. Get this guy the fuck out of here. Sorry. That's how I feel about him. Get him up out of here. You don't care. You're just there to make the money, bro. You don't personally think she's innocent or guilty. You don't even give a fuck because you're going home to your family tonight. And this is the type of people we got fighting for our fucking freedom? Are we serious?
Oh my God!
I would have second day after that juror got up there and was working 24 hours straight and coming back in, working with people on the crime scene. I would have did this if I was her. I would have said, you're fired. I'd have fired my counsel mid-trial. What are we talking about? I'm dead ass would have fired my trial my lawyer, if they literally sat there and let a juror come in that worked with that literally worked with the fire people, right? And there was people that worked on the job that were still working there. We think that's fair? So that'd be fair if you got convicted of murder with these type of things going on in your trial? Come on, we got to be a little bit more accepting to there's fuck ups and there's corruption in this country. And that there is injustice, because there is. I would like to say this as a person, like I feel like 85%, 90%, there's good jobs being done. But there's that small percentage where there's fuck ups and they drop the ball and the innocent person does get placed in prison and there's just no groundbreaking evidence to change it. I don't know, y'all. I'd have fired them.
Judge, a jury has already convicted Melody Farris of all of the crimes in this indictment.
Facts.
They did not find doubt in this case. They did not see the holes. They saw the picture as clearly as Mr.
What do you mean they didn't find doubt? I'm as a person watching that doesn't know this case, doesn't know the full story, the family dynamic, none of that. That is a victim's advocate. I'm sitting here listening, and you got on, like I said, up to day 7, couldn't convince me that she's guilty. I've seen somebody come up that I see that's lying their ass off and can't even continue to read the booklet that they went in there with. I don't know. I feel like he was following a booklet or following a play or some type of act. That's what it felt like to me, allegedly. Again, if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it's obviously not true, but that's my speculation. And I see right through that bullshit.
Mr. Bogus, Sergeant Hayes and I did.
Straight up.
Family.
Eileen said.
I want to start by talking about the aggravation in this case. I think it's pretty clear the jury convicted her of concealment. And within that concealment, the facts were that she burned his body
Okay, hold on. If you're just coming in, I do want to say this so you're not confused when you get in here. This right here is from yesterday's sentencing. I've watched the sentencing. I personally think that something is wrong in this case. I've never really seen it in live time. We hear about the stories where people get wrongfully convicted and later on some type of evidence freed them. This woman's 64, first of all. And everything that they're convicting her off of is pretty much hearsay. With the son, Scott, that she's blaming, failed the lie detector test. 1. 2 was dad just told him a week before, you're going to have to get a job. You got to get a job. You can't keep stealing money off my credit card, son. A week before. And problems all from the past about money and credit cards and all types of shit. Allegedly, right? I mean, it's not allegedly because it's actually on paper and it's shown in court right in front of our own fucking eyes. But with that going on, they say mom waited to kill this man after being with him for 39 years. They both had affairs. So I get it. You know, I know all households aren't perfect, but you're going to tell me she waited for the weekend when you guys, or I'm sorry, on the 3rd, she waited for you guys, which they don't even have a time of death, by the way. But she was waiting for a time of a family gathering to carry this out? That just, I mean, it sounds crazy. That's not something a grandma's gonna do. You see the wives that always try to kill their husbands, right? It's always when you think about it, what is it? Antifreeze, like she talked about, being put under the sink, or what I think she said under the sink. She said, you placed it there under the sink. So basically, she said she had time to really sit back and think about this. But they went with like a poisoning type of story. Like, okay, she started poisoning him, and dad said that, you know, he feels like somebody's poisoning him. I'm pretty sure that's what came out of Chris's mouth, something along those lines. There's something not right in the story, and it doesn't add up when you go back and listen. It just doesn't. He said, if that were me in a hot seat, I were truly innocent, I'd be losing my shit. I think that she's just going through something she ain't never been through. I mean, how many of us go from having the best life ever to sitting in front of the courtroom for facing your life? You're not facing a little petty ass charge. You're sitting in front of the world facing life with your life on the line. You're already 60 something years old. You have a family pinning something against you when they weren't pinning shit against you when they needed money. Allegedly. Seems like to me a money racket, especially when you start listening to, was there a fight, by the way, about money? Like, Dad, I can't get a job. No, son, you're going to get a fucking job. And he was like, maybe said something like, you're going to stop stealing from me, son. I mean, how do we know that didn't go down? They were so quick to just blame it right on Melody but why was she out on trial, or why was she out on bond? If they thought she did this and she was such a monster, why was she out on bond? Because their evidence sucks. That's why, in my opinion. Their evidence is dog shit. That's from what I've seen and what they've shown to me. They bring up pieces of evidence and say they didn't test it or send it off to test it, but yet they're showing it. It's like, we don't know whose blood that is. You're showing us blood that you didn't even test. So why are you showing it to us in our face? If you didn't test it, why even show it? Here was blood on the tractor, or there's blood on the side-by-side. But we didn't test it because it was it was small. What? What are we talking about? You didn't test it because it was a small sample. Could you have swiped it and put it in a bag and sent it off to the lab? Let them make that determination if it's too small? But you didn't. Restored Faith says if you watch the trial, and the entire trial, she is guilty. I watched the entire thing and I agree with the jury, but I think that Scott is involved, in my opinion. And Restored Faith, I respect your opinion all day. I can't rag you for that. You've sat and watched the whole entire trial. I'm on day 7. Listening to like now the sentencing beforehand, correct? Watched it yesterday, start to finish. Watched a lot of stuff up on this trial, but still am going through on day 7, so you know what's to come. There's still things that I haven't heard, like these jail calls and a few other things. But so far, like where's the concrete evidence? He's talking about a gun missing as soon as the police come. You know what I mean? He's already saying to his brother or whatever that I think mom did this. He lives on the property in the barn. There's what was there? Bullets in the drawer or whatever. There's a lot of weird stuff going on, y'all. You said yes, she set Scott up for, or yes, she said Scott set her up for that. I get you. And I respect all opinions. So, if you think she's guilty, you think she's guilty. You had the brain to sit there and watch the trial and you came up with your opinion. I can't do nothing but respect that. But I'm just seeing, again, out of Scott, and maybe I'm just too critical of a person. I'm reading people when I'm watching. I'm reading their body language. I'm reading what they're saying to me. I'm seeing if it makes any sense whatsoever. I mean, he couldn't even keep the story straight on the stand. Y'all go back and watch it. I promise you'll see the same thing. He'll go, they called me and told me when the prosecutor's talking about him calling the police, finding his dad's body in the burn pit. Why did the story change in his mind? They called me and told me, and it was just regular procedure. They didn't call and tell you anything. You called them. I don't know. That's just my thoughts, though. That's what has me thinking, okay, she's looking like she's not guilty. Restore faith. That's one of the things is that, in case he did help and she's saying that she'll take it on the chin, allegedly, that would make sense in a sense. But then again, they're saying she's OCD. She cleaned a lot. Why was there blood and mistakes in the house? Like ones that you can catch with your own eyes and clean up easily. If we go back to the pictures of the big blood splat that was on the floor, I'm like, come on. I feel like a older cleaning person, or I think she was 58 at the time, maybe, or 59. But they were saying she had OCD and cleaned a lot. Would an OCD woman who was killing her husband, who was planned out, different ways to do this whole entire time? This guy's an attorney, has a lot of money, and she plans that out right when family's going to come around. It just seems it was done sloppy because there's blood left. There's things left there that should have been cleaned up. I said there was always conversations about money, but she withdrew a lot of money from his account before. Yeah, I didn't see. I don't think I seen that. I seen him talk about some of it, but the thing that stood out to me though about the whole family is that he was the credit card to them. Like he was literally the credit card. And it's sad because this guy busted his ass to make a name for himself and build up to the attorney he was. And it got robbed from him because of greed and money and bullshit. The defense says not hearsay. He said not hearsay. If you listen to the phone call she made to her lover when incarcerated, the jury said she's guilty, not me. Where those phone calls? Hold up. I need to hear these phone calls. Again, I made it to day 7. I need to go through those phone calls. You said, I agree with that 100%, Rev, but I think Scott is involved as well. Another person testifies and mentions a gun from her house that was missing that only Melody had access to as well. Yeah, that's weird. See, shit like that is weird. I've yet to see that. I've heard about it. I really need to hear it and see the way they present it. That is weird, though. She's probably taking the fall for him. But think about this. It doesn't even make sense. You say you've had this conversation with him. I'm going to take the fall for you, son. Why would it change in court and you would start going, he did it. He did it. You wouldn't even do that in the first place because you're already taking the fall for him. So that's why I ruled that out. Can in some weird way, she said she was going to take the fall and then change? Absolutely. Absolutely 100%. I think everything is possible in this story. But one thing that I could tell you is I would have been deadlocked and I'd have been not guilty. They would have never been able to flip me off of that. Well, just based what I know now. And that may change as I go up with shit like the phone call or, jail calls, etc. It is weird. It all does stand out. Even messaging her neighbor saying, I hope he dies a gruesome death. And they were talking about how good of a shot she was, or she was talking how good she got with the gun or whatever. That hurt her for me. Like I'm watching it, I'm like, damn, that's bad. You talk about die gruesome death a year before with the neighbor and how good the shot and he has a bullet in his ribs. It's looking bad for you right now. But then that changed for me when Scott got on the stand. It all even when Chris came on the stand, it started changing for me. Started changing for me a lot. And I'm like, damn, why does this seem like a setup? Like, we get mom out the way, we get everything. Mom up out the way type of thing. That's just the vibes I got. And even from the evidence, the person who was working the crime scene, who was supposed to be supervised and wasn't supervised, taking pictures and processing evidence that's not even going to be used, and they're using it anyways. A lot of weird stuff. Defense says PSFP has the phone calls. Bet. Prison calls. Send that to me. I think I know who you're talking about because I've seen, who was it? Wade Wilson? I've watched some of the phone calls on there. He said she never took the fall for him. Yeah, that's what it doesn't sound like it is for me, because she wouldn't be saying, hey, he did this. If she was taking the fall for him, she would just sit there, shut up, take what happened, roll the dice in court. You know what I mean? With the trial, just roll it in court. If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. So yeah, I felt it though. I agree. I felt it too. The same with Amanda when she got up on there, and I first had seen Amanda on the stand when I was going and scraping through everything that I possibly could before I said, hey, I got to watch this trial. Like, this is crazy. Was Amanda. I definitely felt everything that she was saying, and I felt it was genuine. She even had stuff good to say about them all, even though they were just rolling the family's business out there. So she had to come and speak the truth. And that's what I think that woman was the definition of that. She walked in there and said her piece of what she remembers. She didn't add extra details to anything. She was just, it seemed like she was straightforward. Yeah, Jude said, I did cry. We're about to get it. She's about to pick up and start talking here in a second. So, but Scott would not have received the money and benefit from it. Chris would. She did not like Scott at all. He was, in fact, her least favorite child. In my opinion, that is why she says what she does during the sentencing. I like the point. That's a good point of view. Let's see. Oh my God. Because this is about to be like my third time watching this already. What's going on, Sarah? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you, my friend. Same with Captain Jenks. He says dysfunctional families are the easiest to get convictions. Boy, tell me about it. And it just takes, like, imagine this. Imagine if you and a few people, I'm gonna kill my dad. Gotta get this money, millionaire shit. Get mom out the way. If you don't think that happens, it does. That type of shit does happen. You just got to hear the facts. There's some stuff, though, I'm hearing about and reading in the comments where I'm like, damn, I need to hurry. I need to go through and finish this trial because I feel like I'm missing important parts. And I'm definitely going to be because I'm only day 7. But up to this point, I've seen them go over the crime scene. I've seen them go over evidence. I've seen police come on the stand. I've seen a juror that was working at a fire station get slapped on the hand and told, hey, it's okay. You're not going to be biased, right? Even though you probably talk to people who've worked this case and worked out here in the land. Oh yeah, I'm not going to be biased. All right. Yeah. Okay. I'm telling you, this defense team sucked and they dropped the ball for her big time. Any good defense team would have got this thrown out or a not guilty verdict or a mistrial. Because the juror won right there. That's enough. That's enough for a team to say, damn, I'm dissatisfied with what they're letting take place here right now. They're letting a juror work for 48 hours without sleep and come back in and be a juror again. But not only that, listen to people who have firsthand information about the crime scene and the whole entire case, working around police and firefighters all day. Bro, she got robbed. I'm telling you, she got robbed. You said I just sent the phone call to you. Yeah, okay, thank you. We'll definitely go over that after this.
To 33 pounds of a 300-pound man. And the facts in this case also made it clear that she wanted him found. She watched Amanda and Scott both walk by the burn pile. Amanda even tossed something in there, waiting for someone to find his remains because she is not stupid. She knew a body needed to be found.
That's him.
So she pointed out to Scott strategically her child. She made her children find this body. their father burned up in a burn pile. The granddaughters were on the property looking for him. The fact that she used the children and Lake Lanier as an attempted alibi, it's deplorable. When you think about her statements to Rusty Barton, when she states that body should not have been burned up, she wanted her children to find their father.
Not guilty.
I say all this to say that the way Gary Farris was rolled out after being shot by his wife of 38 years to a burn pile on his own property, disposed of like trash, when he had just been blessed with a third granddaughter 6 months before, and now he will never meet the future grandchildren. He was robbed of a life as a grandfather, a father to his adult children to help them navigate the difficulties of life.
Yep.
That was supposed to be his best stage of life. Being a grandparent, and Judge, I just want to point out under 171030, which does not apply to this case, but a defendant has a depravity of mind who mutilates or seriously disfigures a victim's body after death may have been found to have a depraved mind. That's clear in this case. Melody Farris has a depraved mind. That's aggravation. And then throughout the investigation and the trial, continues to blame her children for this death, for this murder of their father and the grandfather of their grandchildren.
Yep. You said one
She
of the
tainted and tarnished her children's relationships, not only with each other, but tried to drag their relationships with their father through the mud when they had nothing but love and respect.
Do you know where that's at? Restore Faith? I didn't see that. Thank you for sharing that bit of information. That's important. I'd love to take a listen to it. Definitely want to hear a juror speak. I mean, you're going to get some good information there. Thank you for sharing that. If I'll find it if you can't send it. But if you can, send it to repgangtruecrime@gmail.com. I definitely want to see that up 100%.
For him. She successfully divided her family, isolating Amanda. And it's all for her own selfish motive. All of this. The motive evidence in this case was overwhelming. Blaming her own sons for a murder she committed is unthinkable as a mom and just as human. This sentence should not reflect the defendant where she is in life.
Hold up. So yeah, that's right. He did say something about, having a fire, correct? So he would have already been down there. Restore Faith. I think that's a good point. That people can overlook, because he was going down there to, I forgot what it said in wording, but he put it out there that he was burning, at the burn piles. They knew that. So that's a fact. Yeah, let me send it to. I appreciate that, Restore. Thank you. Maltese, good morning. Maltese. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but hopefully. Good morning to you. We're just catching up and rewatching this. I think this is this is the only case that I've watched where I feel like somebody is being possibly wrongfully convicted in real time. That's what I feel like. But people are talking about these other factors of evidence that I didn't see. Things that I've missed out on because I'm only on day 7 watching the trial, and it happened to be because Angelica sent it to me. Shout out to Aunt Angelica in the building. She's probably sleeping. I know this case messed with her. She thought she had came in and said she thought that she was possibly innocent or that she is innocent. And I went and watched. I was like, all right, let me watch this from an unbiased standpoint so I can, focus on the evidence and see what they got against her, see if she's right. And I had never seen this case before. Started to watch and I see holes in all, like the kids that are getting up there and talking, allegedly. I don't know. He failed a lie detector test. He talked about the gun missing right from the beginning. Wasn't there 38 bullets in the drawer or whatever inside the barn, first floor? There was again that juror aspect where the juror was working with people that at the fire station, etc. This woman didn't get a fair trial. It could have been any one of you in there right there, and I'd feel the same exact way. Because that's not fair. It's not fair to have all these different errors to not have concrete evidence that places someone there up to that point for me, from what I've heard and seen. But I'm hearing these other things about Rusty, which again is hearsay. That's hearsay. But there's a gun being stolen that she only had access to. That one's stinging. I didn't make it up to that point in the trial, but I see people talking about it. This gun that was stolen. Let's listen to her though, so we can dive into more, deeper detail of the trial, because this one's on my mind, y'all. Like I don't care. It could be 5 of us in this bad boy. This trial made me want to go to law school and defend people who I personally think are innocent. Because this defense team sucked. I could outdo them, and I don't even got a law degree. As soon as I heard dude get up on there and say, they called me and told me. Boy, shut your ass up. You called them. You can't even get your story right. It was just, I seen it right away. Like, damn, this dude's bullshit. What do you mean they called you and told you? You called them and told them. So it's just, again, I do think that dude's involved allegedly. And people definitely shouldn't let this go. You shouldn't let this go. If there's something wrong with the story, there more than likely is. But let the evidence speak. He was deleting pictures out the trail cam. This guy was deleting evidence. How could you convict someone of such a crime when you have people deleting evidence out of a camera? Come on. It's just crazy. Love Rock, welcome to the stream, my friend. He said, if that's the truth about the firearm juror, then should have been replaced with alternate or... Yeah, no, it's definitely true. The fireman. Yes, it's the fireman, not firearm. That's what I meant to say. I don't know, man. This one gets me wrapped up, y'all. More than any other trial I've watched. And I've watched plenty. Like, this is hitting me a little different than I've expected. I didn't know what to expect when Angelica sent it to me, but damn. I went into this with a complete open mind. And I'm thinking from a fair aspect. And it just nothing is not adding up. Especially when you got dad saying to him, you got to get a fucking job. Stop taking this money off my card. Right? And then a week later, boom, on a time where a family get together was supposed to happen. Colleen's still in the building. I see Angela said, what? What do you know? Shout out to Noah. All right, let's watch it. Let me shut up because I can keep going. That bothered me for sure. Deleting the trail cam. Abigail, that's like, come on, And again, I don't want anybody I'm not one of those, damn, I got to pick a team here, team defendant or team you know what I mean? I just listen to what's being presented to me. And I'm trying to look at these things. Because again, I was just talking about this earlier, how people have these opinions, but never do their due diligence to sit back and watch it, right? To watch the evidence, to read the paperwork. They want the story dumbed down. And people make those broad opinions when they haven't really sat there with an open mind and watched it. Some people. I'm not saying all people, because I know a lot of you really do watch a lot of this stuff and you keep up with it. So, and that's responsible. That's being responsible. That's how non-biased jurors are created. People who have open minds. So I really do understand those folks more who come in with more, critical, like, how do you explain this? Or how do you break this down? And I think that's the beauty of the community, because we can keep the shit non-biased. And that's why I say I welcome all opinions. If you think she's guilty, salute. Like, that doesn't make me hate you. I just want to, think of shit with the open mind. And you may have seen something in here that I haven't came up on yet. Day 7. Remember that. All right, let's let her talk so I can then dive into there's a lot of stuff that's bothering me. I'm going to write down some notes here.
Because she chose to commit this crime at that time. She chose to
write
commit this crime 6 months after Olivia was born. But it should reflect the life that was lost and the way it was lost, the manner in which it was lost.
The cabs too.
At her hands, with her depraved heart and mind. Gary was a brilliant lawyer. a forgiving man, and a beloved father and grandfather. The sentence should reflect what his family and what the world lost. And that deserves a sentence of imprisonment of life without the possibility of parole.
Yeah, it's hard.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Ms. Farris, you have a statement?
I do. I've written this so that I could get through the words.
Okay.
On July the 5th, 2018, 6 years.
All right, here we go. She's diving into it. And I do got to say this before because here it's about to start. And I felt what she was saying. And the whole, at the end, the only thing that I can come up with is, why did her defense team not let her take the stand? Why didn't they let her get up there? Even though people are saying the excuse is because, she would have been melted in cross-examining. Well, you know what? The truth's the truth. It don't matter who asks you what questions. They can shoot you a million questions. The truth's the truth, and it'll never change.
The door.
Okay.
Here we go.
Hands with her depraved charge.
Let me scoot it up again.
Gary was a brilliant lawyer, a forgiving man, and a beloved father and grandfather.
I gotta keep watching.
The sentence should reflect what his family and what the world lost. And that deserves a sentence of imprisonment of life without the possibility of parole. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, here we go.
All right,
I'm letting you
Ms.
play.
Farris, you have a statement?
Before you go get coffee, thank you, Strawberry Mama. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support to the channel. I more than likely will be here because this one, like I said, it gets to me, but I want to go over everything. I want to go over everything. I'm pretty sure I'll be here. Let's go. Toya comes. He said, "Oh no. Restore Faith said because of the recordings is why they didn't want her to take the stand. She had admitted to Rusty a lot that would have got her convicted." That's a good point. I gotta hear Rusty, but I didn't make it to that point yet, for sure. So said my grandparents lived like this, and they ended up living together. Damn, different strokes for different folks.
I do.
No doubt. All right, here
I've
we go.
written
Let me
this
shut up.
so that I could get through the words.
Okay.
I'm gonna shut up.
On July the 5th, 2018, 6 years, 5 months ago today, began the worst nightmare that I could have ever imagined. Not only my world, but my family's world was absolutely destroyed at the hands of one person. I have had 6+ years of being told
Good
not to
morning,
talk. Don't
Connie.
say that. Take legal
Nice to see
advice.
you, my friend.
I could walk out of this courtroom today and drop over dead. I want to make sure that my children, my grandchildren, and Gary's family, and to be honest, at this point in time, the entire world who has viewed this. I have waited for years to make this statement to everyone. I want the world to know who did this. I have always heard that the courtroom is the last place you're going to get the truth. And has that ever been proven to be the truth in this case? Not only did I not do this, I know who did. I know Scott killed his father. He took my husband, the father of Chris, Emily, and Amanda. He took my husband, the been proven to be the truth in this case.
Say it again.
Not only did I not do this, I know who did. I know Scott killed his father.
Oh my God!
He took my husband, the father of Chris, Emily, and Amanda. He took Big Daddy from our grandchildren, Ella, Addison, Olivia, Jax, and James. 3 of them who never got to know Gary.
Hold
Scott,
up.
This is unforgivable. Scott has spent an entire life of loving and protecting you, but this I refuse to cover for you. My mother, your mom, begged me to take the blame for this. She said after she talked to you, after Gary died, that she knew you had done it. Her exact words were, You are his mother. You have to take blame for this. And I told her no, that I couldn't. I still have 3 other children, grandchildren, and this is not a stolen credit card, a check, or a diamond ring that you've pawned, all of which you have done. I saw you coming from that burn pile the morning of July the 5th in your truck. Oh my God. You told me that you were checking on the fire to make sure that it wasn't going to get the woods on fire. You told me it was okay. I asked you a few weeks later.
We needed her to take the stand. She had to, if she would have took the stand and just looked at him, cross-examine him yourself. Shit, if you know what I mean? I'd be cross-examining my son on the stand. I want to come up and ask him. I want to be my own defense. I'm going to look him in the eyes and say, why did you do this? Maybe her defense did advise against that. But you know what? And if they did, they suck for that. They suck for that. She should have been able to go up there and question exactly, okay, he set it up. Let me go up here and question this right to his face. They probably wouldn't allow no shit like that, but that's what it should be. What are we talking about? I'd get up there and let me cross-examine him instead of the lawyers. Here, I got this, lawyers. Let me get this real quick. I'm firing you for 10 minutes. You can come back and be my lawyer after I'm done on the stand right here. You know what I mean? I'm gonna cross-examine and ask him questions. So why were you coming in and out that barn? I'd be all over it. But listen to what she says. Keep listening. Because this was the first time in real time where I felt like someone was not guilty and I believed what they were saying. Either she's a damn good actor or she's telling the truth.
That she knew you had done it. Her exact words were, you are his mother. You have to take blame for this. And I told her no, that I couldn't. I still have 3 other children, grandchildren, and this is not a stolen credit card, a check, or a diamond ring that you've pawned, all of which you have done. I saw you coming from that burn pile the morning of July the 5th in your truck. You told me that you were checking on the fire to make sure that it wasn't going to get the woods on fire. You told me it was okay. I asked you a few weeks later why you were at that burn pile in your truck. And you told me that your dad had told you to clean up the extra wood that was by the.
Tell me if you agree to when you're watching this at the end. I'm going to ask you guys a question. Give me your honest thoughts, honest answer on it. Watch how uncomfortable this judge looks after her statement. Watch. Just look at him. It's like something you could tell he's feeling different. He's feeling a certain way. He's feeling, watch. It just shows in his body language alone.
Barn. I told Hayes that I had seen that she knew you had done it. Her exact words were, you are his mother. You have to take blame for this. And I told her no, that I couldn't. I still have 3 other children, grandchildren, and this is not a stolen credit card, a check, or a diamond ring that you've pawned, all of which you have done. I saw you coming from that burn pile the morning of July the 5th in your truck. You told me that you were checking on the fire to make sure that it wasn't going to get the woods on fire. You told me it was okay. I asked you a few weeks later why you were at that burn pile in your truck. And you
let me tell you what solidifies exactly what my thoughts are on that judge. And you could tell within his body language that something to him was off because he let her get through this whole entire statement. He let her say it and speak it no matter what. They could have tried to stop it as much as they want. She kept reading it. He didn't want to stop. Why didn't he? He could have shut it down, is what I'm saying. He could have shut this shit down completely. They tried to shut it down, right? I know he stopped her. I know he stopped her multiple times, but he didn't stop her. He didn't. You get what I'm saying? Like they stopped her, but they didn't stop her. This is a lot that she gets out on this ending statement right here. A lot that gets out. Yeah, I do remember her getting stopped. But in general, she kept going. She picked the paper back up and kept going after each time.
No, that I couldn't. I still have 3 other children, grandchildren, and this is not a stolen credit card, a check,
or a diamond ring that you've pawned, all of which you have done. I saw you coming from that burn pile the morning of July the 5th in your truck. You told me that you were checking on the fire to make sure that it wasn't going to get the woods on fire. You told me it was okay. I asked you a few weeks later why you were at that burn pile in your truck. And you told me that your dad had told you to clean up the extra wood that was by the barn. I told Hayes that I had seen Scott that morning coming from the burn pile. So Hayes, where is that recording? I want to know. You told me there was multiple recorders. You did, but you sat here in this courtroom and you told this court that you didn't tell anybody about recorders, but you did. Where is that recording in the interview? You, Scott, immediately started saying that there was a gun missing, a gun that nobody knew about. You never mentioned before. I asked you more days than not where your dad was, and this was the first time you ever had that response. There's a gun missing. You should have you did start immediately spinning your story when you found out that Addison and Cameron were there the night before. You got so angry. Now I know why. When I went to feed the baby goat the morning
Your Honor, I'm not objecting at this point. It's all about facts of the case. You emphatically stated.
He gets beat red.
Right. Well, Ms. Farris, really not supposed to go into the evidence of this phase of the case. And what I typically do is if the defendant wants to go into the facts of the case, I'm going to allow the state to cross-examine or ask questions, which I don't really anticipate you want to do.
I would just ask to close, Judge.
Your statements needs to be constrained to the punishment, and if there's things you want to talk about in relation to that and how I should sentence you, I don't have a problem if you want to continue to profess your innocence, but we're not going to go on for a significant period of time. You resuscitate your view of the case and your opinion as to what the evidence is without your prior testimony and without the state being able to cross-examine it. It's not proper. So I'm going to ask you to restrain your remarks to comply with those directions.
Damn, restore faith. Ooh.
Judge, this needs to be known.
Well,
I'll just ask to respond, Judge.
all right.
She said, Judge, this needs to be known. And she continues.
All right, go ahead.
He said, oh, all right. Like, yeah, Judge, this has to be known.
I went to feed the baby goat the morning of July the 5th before I left for the lake. I saw where you had washed out the barn. I later found that several bottles of house wash were missing after this all happened several weeks ago. Now I know why. The photos of your bathroom spotlessly clean. Now I know why. I know why you demanded me to move the tractor that you so were upset about it being in the place. Now I know why. Scott, you called me on July the 4th and asked me what my plans were for the day. And I told you I was going to the lake with Amanda, and you were so glad that I was going. I thought it odd then. Now I know why. I found copies of my birth certificate, your dad's birth certificate, our marriage license in your truck. Now I know why. Scott, I saw Gary going to that barn the night of July the 3rd, right after you got home. And then Scott is going, and I thought then Scott's going to be in trouble for staying at the lake and playing golf all the time. Never in a million years did I ever think that this nightmare was starting then. I told you, Detective Hayes, that I saw Scott going over there to the barn. Where's that in the recording? A bag. I know exactly where and when I was standing. Scott, you put antifreeze under my kitchen sink to set me up for this. That only you would have known where it was because it was for the Mercedes. I told you, Detective Hayes, that I saw Scott going over there to the barn. Where is that in the recording? A bag. I know exactly where and when I was standing. Scott, you put antifreeze under my kitchen sink to set me up for this, that only you would have known where it was because it was for the Mercedes. When Amanda and I were putting that house back together, you sat in there and watched us like a hawk. Now I know why.
Again, if you're coming in right now and you're lost, you're like, what the hell's going on? You got this plan. All right, we're watching the sentencing. Obviously, the thumbnail tells it all. The title does too. But again, I'm rewatching the sentencing where in live time, I really felt like somebody was possibly innocent. And it felt that way. Like, damn. Especially from listening to them being on the stand. But shout out to Restore Faith for sending some of these videos and clips that she just sent. And if you guys have anything that you think is important to go over in this case, send it to me. I don't mind playing it. I do feel like something's wrong here, though. I feel like the justice wasn't served. I woke up immediately, first thing on my mind, damn, injustice. And we'll jump into more of why. I've already touched up on a few of the topics on why I feel that way. And we'll keep going over it too, but we'll go over it after I play this. I want to finish playing this and so you guys can watch it. But shout out to you, Rook. I see you coming in, and people who just woke up. Steffi in the building. She's always here. Colleen, Leisure, shout out to y'all. Maltese, shout out to you. Appreciate you. Pancakes, good morning. Said I believe her. Talk to me. I appreciate you guys. And yeah, we got a lot to talk about with this one because this shit does make me want to go to law school and like screw audio and production. Please put me in law school. And I want to fight for people who I think are innocent personally. But I got to see that proof. And I got to, if there's something that can change that, there was already a few things that fucked with my mind with that she said to the neighbor, just from the neighbor. I didn't even hear this Rusty and all this other stuff. I'm on day 7. And I'm going to do my due diligence and finish watching it too. Maybe we start that during the nighttime. I feel like nighttime.
You became so angry.
We're finishing the statement, though. We'll finish this statement. I want to take it back a little bit of what she was saying because she's saying he set him up. He set her up.
Scott, I saw Gary going to that barn the night of July the 3rd, right after you got home. And then Scott is going, and I thought then Scott's going to be in trouble for staying at the lake and playing golf all the time. Never in a million years did I ever think that this nightmare was starting then. I told you, Detective Hayes, that I saw Scott going over there to the barn. Where is that in the recording? A bag. I know exactly where and when I was standing. Scott, you put antifreeze under my kitchen sink to set me up for this, that only you would have known where it was because it was for the Mercedes. When Amanda and I were putting that house back together, you sat in there and watched us like a hawk. Now I know why. You became so angry when the fire investigator came in July, weeks after this nightmare started. Now I know why you were so angry. Scott, you failed your polygraph test. You recorded meetings at the attorney's office and turned them over to the DA's office. We hired Manny to help us. Emily is the one who used her daddy's credit card to pay for that attorney. Scott, you got so angry that your sister Amanda was getting my personal clothes and my personal things to the point that Cherokee County had to be called.
Allegedly.
That is not the actions of the same person. Scott's anger issues have all been a huge issue. When he was in kindergarten and elementary school, Chris
I'm
went.
objecting. At this point, she's dragging Scott through my character. This is not.
All right, Ms. Farris, I'm going to cut you off if you keep just wanting to resuscitate facts that aren't before the court.
Shut up, bitch!
Ms. Frankish, I'll give you a chance to respond to the extent that you want to and give you closing statement.
I am the mother that was always there for my children, even though they had done things that were wrong. Chris, who took care of your girls and loved them if they were my own, who came and got them off the street when you were acting an absolute fool because they were scared to death, who drove down to Buckhead and got your children.
I will cut it. Okay, so just to kind of give you some direction. Things that are appropriate, you helping take care of your family, raise your family, those kind of things, what you've done throughout your life, and asking the court to exert some sort of mercy on you. Things of that nature are appropriate. So you can talk about those kind of things, but let's don't go into the individual facts or things that haven't been previously presented to the court. Okay. All right, go ahead.
I love Ella and Addison more than life itself. And it was their life or mine. It would be mine in a heartbeat. Emily, who helped you move to and from an apartment and a house in 19-degree weather, even though I knew that you were trying to keep it from me. I was always there for you. I came back to you in Thompson Station after your husband was arrested to care for you and Olivia. I am so sorry that your children will never know their big daddy. Amanda and Chad, words cannot express my gratitude for everything that you've done for me. Thank you so very much. And I was fortunate enough to get to care for James every day since he was 3 weeks old. He is my pride and joy. Love for that little boy is unbelievable. I spent 18 plus months in the Cherokee County Jail over something that I did not do. The last thing, I thought that was the last thing I could do to Gary, for him, to get justice for him. I can remember thinking, it's okay that I sit here. I just want answers. That's all I want.
Good morning, Addie.
And I still haven't gotten them. And I don't think that I ever will. And that scares me to death. Amanda was the only one of my children that got up here and told the truth. And I thank her for that every day. Judge Cannon, I had so many questions, so many whys. Why were so many things not their task? Why was the barn never checked? I think that would have given us so many answers. Why did they run out of Blue Star? They were on my property for days. I beg of you to get answers. Judge Cannon, I am begging for justice for Gary, for my children, for my grandchildren, for Gary's family. And I am begging that you throw out this verdict. Be the 13th juror. Help us get justice. I did not do this. I promise you on my life, the 18 months that I did in Cherokee County was nothing compared to the last month that I spent in there. Now I know that Cherokee County did not do the job in the investigation. They took Scott's story and ran with it. I know that in my heart, body, and soul, who did that. And I'm begging for help. I'm begging you, Judge Cannon. Please do not send me to prison for something I didn't do. I did not do this. If I had done this, I would take this charge gladly. If it would bring Gary back, I would gladly go to prison. I do not want to wait years for an appeal. I've waited 6 years and 5 months for justice already, but here we are. Maybe I should have testified, but I listened to legal counsel. I wanted the truth out there.
Maybe I should have testified, meaning got on the stand. But she was told otherwise by her what? Legal counsel? They're idiots. They should have had her up on the stand, and they needed to be fired when they let that juror who worked with who was a fireman on or working with people who worked this scene. Should have been thrown out then. But instead, they lost, and she got convicted off of hearsay.
If it would bring Gary back, I would gladly go to prison. I do not want to wait years for an appeal. I've waited 6 years and 5 months for justice already, but here we are. Maybe I should have testified, but I listened to legal counsel. I wanted the truth out there, and this is why I am making this statement. I will talk to any and everyone who can help me and my family. I never wanted my family's life to be played out for the world to see. It is a mother's job to protect her children. And I cannot protect the person who did this. We can't replace Gary. That is unforgivable. I promise you to work hand in hand with the DA's office. But what scares me the most is that because of several individuals, so many others in this county that did not do their job, justice will never be done. For the last 6 years
Where
and
the
5
videos
months,
at?
my every thought has been consumed with this.
We got to see that.
No matter
recording.
what I do, it never leaves. And until you have lived this, nobody can understand. And I would not wish this on anybody. When I heard of the mother of the boy at the Appalachia
You're the
school
best.
shooting, she called to tell that her own son was going to the school with a gun. My heart broke for her. This is a mother's worst nightmare. Judge Cannon, I beg of you for help. As one parent to another, help me get justice for Gary and my family. A mother, or at least not this mother, does not blame her child unless she knows he did it. Not thinks, knows. And I would never sit here and let the attorneys lay blame to him if I didn't know. You have no idea how heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching this is. John Luke says that I'm the most stoic person he's ever met. My response was, you never know how strong you are until that's your only choice. So before it's said that the only reason I'm telling you this is because I got a guilty verdict, it's not. If it had come back as not guilty, I would have still been begging for justice, for help getting the right person convicted. As soon as I walked out of the courtroom, I promise you I would have done that. Chris, Emily, Amanda, Ella, Addison, Olivia, Jack, and James, I'm doing this for you. Gary is gone, and trust me. When I say that he is in a better place, because this has been the worst nightmare. It's been hell on earth.
Okay, that's him. Just for those that may not know. Let's get back on that shot.
It's not. If it had come back as not guilty.
Right here.
When I say that he is in a better place,
That's him.
because this has been the worst nightmare. It's been hell on earth. Knowing that your own son did this. And it's only been by the grace of God that I have survived this last 6 years and 5 months. If I could, I would gladly trade places with Gary. Judge Cannon, I am begging you for help. Please do this for Gary and my family. I have missed years with the people that I love dearly. Help me restore my family. Be the person in Cherokee County that it is their task. I do not want years. I do not want to wait years for justice, years that I may not have. I know this is something that you may never have seen before. And I plead with you to roll this verdict out. Help me get justice for the correct person.
That's Scott right there. Correct? That's Scott who went to Afghanistan, seen burned bodies in piles before. He knows what a burned body looks like.
As bad as it sounds, I want to be there to watch him chained and shackled and brought to justice. I plead with you. This is something I will never recover from. I don't know that my family will ever recover from. Please help me.
I'm almost 100% positive that that's Chris right there. This is Chris. And the other shot was Scott. I'm almost 100% certain because I've been studying the hell out this case. Because I truly believe she really might be innocent. I've been making sure I don't miss no details. You got Emily, Scott, Chris, and then you have Amanda.
I'm begging you to restore my faith in the judicial system, to watch him chained and shackled and brought to justice. I plead with you. This is something I will never recover from. I don't know that my family will ever recover from. Please help me. I'm begging you to restore my faith in the judicial system. I'm begging you, not for me, but for Gary and my children, and my grandchildren.
All right, Ms. Frankish, you want to respond to anything?
Very briefly, Judge.
Okay, again, I want you guys to watch the judge's mannerisms. Just what do you see? Tell me what you see, because I feel like we're watching a conflicted person. Like some of us, look, you may have the exact same questions we have, or may have heard something that's wrong to him, but just watch his energy. He's like beat red, and he looks different than he's looked on any other day.
The attorneys had the opportunity to observe. Your Honor was, I believe, present for that. For Scott's sake, they ruled him out in the very beginning of deliberations. Your statement, I ask that you take note of his inconsistencies with the evidence, respect the juror's verdict, which I know you will do, but the verdict is spoken. And we ask, in addition to what we previously asked,
Look at that redness right there. Homie's already turning red.
Judge, as a condition that she never profit from this story, from this crime, I just ask that you include that into her sentence.
All right. All right, as we've indicated, jury have returned a verdict guilty to all counts. Count 1, the malice murder, being the primary charge. Count 2 would be vacated as a matter of law based upon the conviction in count 1. Count 3, aggravated assault, would merge into the malice murder. I don't, without going into a lot of detail or my thoughts on it, jury's made a determination that Ms. Farris was.
Without going into my details and thoughts on it. What? Usually I hear a judge rip apart the accused. Like, you did it. What you did was bad. What you did, that just tells me everything that's in his head. Him not going into his thoughts on it, because his thoughts would conflict with the decision in that courtroom. His thoughts would conflict with everything said in that courtroom, but he doesn't speak on it. What trial have you watched at the end where the judge really doesn't speak on the case? He just goes by the book. I'm just saying, there's something wrong here.
my God!
You are fake news. Responsible for her husband's death, and she was found guilty of all charges. I don't have much latitude in sentencing. The legislature has spoken, and the penalty for murder is life. The only determination I have is whether it would be with parole or without parole. I don't believe this is the case that justifies a life without parole sentence, so I'm going to sentence to life with parole, or life with the possibility of parole. I don't have any control over parole. That's up to the parole board. Under the current guidelines and sentencing structure with them, a life sentence is a minimum 30 years before you would be considered for parole at this point. I recognize that is likely a life sentence for you, but you'll have the hope and possibility of parole. As to count 4, which has a maximum of 10 years.
That was the best he could do.
I'm not, as I said, I wasn't going to sentence life without parole. However, I do feel like there's some additional consideration that needs to be taken as to count 4, the concealing the death of another. Presumably, the point of that was so you were found guilty of discarding and burning the body of Gary Wayne Farris, hindering discovery of whether the person was unlawfully killed. That definitely hindered the investigation and shows additional level of criminal intent. I'm going to sentence to 5 years consecutive on the life sentence as to count 4, concealing the death of another. The false statements, that being the lying to law enforcement about the relationship with Mr. Barton, I believe if law enforcement didn't know about it at the time, they knew about it shortly thereafter. It was well known. Didn't take a lot of effort to make that determination. I don't really find that that's anything additional that needs additional punishment. So I'll run the 5 years concurrent as to count 5. So that would be a life plus 5 with a possibility of parole. And that'll be sensitive.
Count 4, Judge.
Hmm?
Count 5 would be concurrent with count 4.
Count 5 would be concurrent with count 4 and the other counts. She'd be eligible for the credit for the time that she's served in the Cherokee County Jail, subject to the jailer's affidavit from the sheriff's office. To the extent that that gives her credit for her sentence, she would receive that. With it being a life sentence and her being in control of Department of Corrections, are there anything that you want me to put as a condition of her sentence?
No contact with family, Judge.
All right.
And not profiting from her conviction.
I will provision that she may not have direct communication with, well, I mean, she may have some of the family that wants to reach out to her. So what I would say is she's not to have any contact with family members. I don't know who they would even notify other than the prison. So
You look so uncomfortable, Judge. What's going on?
any members of the family that want to have
He looks so uncomfortable. The judge does. Like he's going by the book.
contact with you may contact you. They'll need to reach out to the warden's office first and let them know that they want to allow you to have contact with them, so you can call out to whoever has given approval to the warden. As far as the other provision, I'm not gonna make any condition as to that. That will be something that would be left to a civil court if there is a lawsuit down the road and judgment, et cetera.
This needs a new trial. I think we need to put out a petition. I feel like we need to put out a petition for a new trial. And I ain't just saying that because of the statement. I've been saying it, that something's wrong with this case. There's something that's off. And shame on her counsel for not putting her on the stand. Said they advised against it. But shame on them for not letting her take the stand. Damn.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Execute the non-pros on the other indictment based upon the conviction on this case.
Yes.
Look at these beat red. Look, he's beat red.
Okay. I got another sentencing, but it's not for another 35 minutes. So if y'all want to break stuff down, you're all welcome to.
Talk about uncomfortable. The Innocence Project. I'm just looking at this to see how he's holding down, looking at the judge. Like, let me get out of here before the judge catches me. We got to go over these interviews. I want to hear what's being said after. You said, I just realized my typo isn't Scott. And yeah, no, you're good. You're good. You're good. I figured you knew. Will be interesting to hear. Yeah, I want to hear everybody's thoughts after this, right? And I mean, like, I want to hear the jurors talk, etc. Homie was beat though, beat red. You on the drink? Damn, it's crazy. I'm about to play the recordings. I got you. Did you send the jurors too? Hold on, I'm looking right now. I see the one that you sent, which I got right here 26 minutes ago. You sent. Well, that was it on that. Hold up. I got you. 1 second. This is crazy. It definitely. I want to hear the jury. I do want to hear from the jury. You said it was one juror. That's who I want to hear from him. Most definitely. Okay, so the attorneys talked. You said one juror talked, so we got those to watch. I gotta find that. I seen you sent the attorneys too. Actually, you sent that one also. Melody Farris, juror speaks after verdict, overwhelming evidence. Okay.
A prominent attorney's remains are
Hold up 1 second. That's what we're about to put on. We'll start from that and then go through some of these because hold up. There we go. We definitely went. Oh my goodness. We went out of look at this. Power's off. The power shut off this morning. I don't know what the hell. That always happens out here. I don't know. This is like an ongoing thing. The power will go out, the internet will cut out. Like it's weird. It should turn back on in a second, hopefully. Mm-mm-mm. Hold on, let me move this layout. There we go. I'm like, what's going on, yo? There we go. Now I can see y'all. Freaking went. Yeah, that's what happened. The power went out. I'm waiting for it to turn back on. It does this all the time, though, yo. But I feel like we may have just seen an innocent woman get locked down. I've never seen something like that in live time where I'm like, damn, she really might not have did that shit. Yeah, it's dark. It's dark. Cold snaps. I don't know why it went out. Maybe. It could be. It happens a lot here. It happens a lot here. Spirits are working hard. But what do y'all think after seeing that? I need my jacket. It's too cold. Mm-mm-mm. Dang, I can't believe that just happened. I was ready to hop into those videos as soon as I'm about to click on the video. As soon as I was about to click on, which one was it? And shout out to Restored for sending this. She sent the Melody Forest juror speaks after verdict. Overwhelming evidence is what they said. Then she sent Rusty's recordings, which I think that's important to listen to, and also the attorneys talking. So I want to watch those three. I want to watch that ASAP. What are we talking about? I can't present anything from this phone. I don't think. Let me see. It won't let me. Damn, it won't let me. I'm about to take y'all outside with me for a minute. The show goes on. I've been running over you suckers since day one. Give me 1 second. I want to wake my son up. My son is running. My son was up at like 1 though. He's got to wake up and do school in a little bit. There it is right there. All right, let's go outside, y'all. What's up, puppy? Alrighty, we're good. Damn.
It's not even storming or anything. No storms, no nothing. I personally think that woman might be innocent though. Like literally. He said, I believe her. There's a lot of weird shit there at the end. Up to day 7 where I listened through everything, I haven't seen anything that's like concrete against her. It's all hearsay. They're like convicting her off hearsay. I want to see some hard evidence. Even text messages of her admitting it. Something like that. Something like that is hard to not, So I believe her side. They charged the wrong family member. He lived in the barn and everything. He said, put 50p in the electric meter. I need to. I don't see shit. I don't see nothing. He said it's very sad that this woman, they are both guilty. Mina Paul says. Mina Pauls. Salute. I appreciate you. I respect your opinion too. And again, I'm at day 7 and I'm watching through it and I've listened to most of the evidence, but again, it's different when you watch a trial. I think it's important to watch a trial. You said we could present it for you. Just come up and do it. You're more than welcome. You said I want to know where those recordings are that she was talking about. See what I'm saying? I could have never convicted that woman with what they presented. And when you watched on the stand, again, I know a lie detector test doesn't hold up. But when you failed a lie detector test and your story stinks, what the hell am I supposed to say? Your story stinks, homie. The way you're telling it, they called me and told me the mistake, like scripted as hell. Straight up scripted.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you something.
We don't care.
Jerry.
The state's right there. The state's chilling.
Gotcha, bitch.
Hold on. Why is it doing that?
Gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha, bitch. That's funny as hell. The state's definitely sitting on that. Like, damn, easy victory for us. I believe and always thought Scott did it. I'm ready to watch his whole ass testimony again. Like, mothers will protect sons by nature. Hey, Jolie, she did come out though and say that. She came out and said that I knew it. Now I know it's him, etc. Like, and she was explaining certain things that I'd like to go back and listen and note. But she said that he deleted the footage. She brought up everything, really. But it was too late for her at that point. They already got the guilty verdict on her. You know what I mean? They got the guilty verdict on her and was able to somehow get it to change from being deadlocked, which I could see why they were deadlocked. When listening to everything that I've listened to, it's see-through why they were deadlocked. They were deadlocked because people's stories stunk on the stand. And when you got greed and everybody wants money and this, that, and the third from them, it's like, damn, there's so much motive for everyone in this case. There's motive for this daughter. There's motive for this son. There's a motive everywhere. So without concrete evidence, it's hard to convict someone and really put them in prison. And they did that without concrete evidence. There was nothing. There was no nail in the head. None of that. No nail in the head. What I mean by that is like DNA on a gun or a gun. You get what I'm saying? There was none of that. But there was some other things like a stolen gun. She was the only one who had access to it. There's some things that didn't look good in her favor. So what about that antifreeze for the Mercedes? She was talking about, yeah, that Scott only knew about. Yeah, that too. That too. That's another thing that stood out to me. You said that juror. We're watching it. We're going to watch it regardless. That was nothing unusual. The fire pit was like a family spot. And he said that he would be doing what was it? A fire or burning the burn pile or. I know some families use different wording for burn pile. Sometimes they'll say the fire pit, or you know, there's you get what I'm saying. There's tons of explanations that you can go along with that. But that's like the least of the worries. Where's the concrete evidence? Why was things deleted out of a camera? Why did you fail that lie detector test? And not only on top of that, your story friggin' stinks so bad on the stand that any person with a brain can see that it's bullshit. Allegedly. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is absolutely not true. Allegedly. But still, I mean, damn. That story smelled like shit. You know? Pedal to the metal, I've been running some. Sucker since day one. The juror talks about that too, the deadlock, and explains how. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Thank you for sending that. I know it's in the email, and I want to present it. I want to watch it right now. What are we doing? I'm waiting for the power to turn back on. Let me peek my head in and see if this power is turned back on. Come on. Damn, it's cold as hell out. It's so damn cold. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, it's cold. It's super cold. I have to shoot in. I'm seeing the power, but the power is still off. But yeah, convicting that woman like that, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Not with that. And again, that's me not knowing anything about the story and paying attention to everything that they're presenting during the case. There's a lot of weird incidences. A lot of weird incidences. 1 second. I wonder, did the breaker trip? I don't know if it tripped or what. 1 second. Oh, you're sleeping? You didn't know the power turned off. I don't know. This turn it, it does that sometimes. It just cut out of nowhere. Yeah, before. It does it at random times. Probably cold pop. You said I wish I could stay, keep watching, but I have to go to bed. Have a great day. You too, Jude. Appreciate you coming by. Nice to see you, by the way. I'm definitely freezing. You said he's the only one that saw a mysterious pew as well. Mm-mm-mm. You said it's 19 degrees in Cleveland. What's going on, Joy? Welcome. It is cold, cold, cold. Like, it is absolutely freezing. And I'm in shorts. What are we talking about? I'm out here in shorts. So go to the electric box and switch it back up. Where the hell is it? Because I will. I'll definitely go over there and switch it back up. In my opinion, he was shot at the burn pile and fell in. She would not have to move him. The other gun that was missing from an older lady, she only had access to was a 38 as well. Which, do gotta admit, that's pretty weird, you know? Mm-mm-mm. But that man was screaming from the grave.
Wife's name out your fucking mouth!
Mm-hmm. The whole entire trial. 24 in hot Atlanta. Ooh, damn. 17 degrees. Hold up, y'all. Let me see what we got here. What is our... I think it might be 17. I don't know. It might be 17 degrees. I think it's 17. You in the dark. No power around the hood. Nope, no power whatsoever. More doubts. So much doubt. Mm-mm-mm. I could hear a generator around the neighborhood right now. I can literally hear a generator. Somebody's generator's on. 100%. Next door, their generator's on. He said, got to go do some work. Thank you so much for the update. I hope everyone has a wonderful day. You too, Kay. Hopefully I can turn this back on in a second. If not, we'll have to continue when it comes back. I see power company right now. See a power company driving through right now. Yep. There's a power company. He's here. Hold up. He's here right now. Look. Look at this. Let me flip the camera around. It won't let me. You see him over there? Bing bong. Told you. He's out here. They call quick as hell. They call quick as hell around here. He said, I think that judge should have said what he was thinking. I know, right? He should have, Chris. I feel like that's unfair, especially if the judge feels a certain type of way about the case, which he may go on record afterwards and say, hey, this is what I thought. This was what I felt. You know, I do think that that is a possibility. Because he said, I don't want to go into my thoughts. Because he may be thinking she's guilty, but somebody else helped her. He might be thinking that. Pedal to the metal, I've been burning these suckers since day one. Come on. I'm on the thread that this is about to turn back on. I see them electric dudes over there. He said, how are you? Staying warm? Let's put this right here. All right. We're just waiting for the power to turn back on. Man, this would happen. Oh, well. You ain't stopping me. You are not stopping me. I'm telling you that much. He might be thinking those boys framed her too. There's a lot of doubt placed around that. Seriously. Like literally, there's so much that you could pick through on their statements and testimony. That's just weird. Mm-mm-mm. Man, he said that judge obviously would have never have gave her the time he did if he wasn't obligated by the law. Exactly. However, that case will be back on the appeal within 7 years. There was a few reversible errors, in your opinion. Yeah, no doubt. The reversible errors, the shit with the juror. What about the juror? You say he was pro-defense entire trial. I think he was looking with an open mind. But why he didn't shut down the juror who was the fireman that was working 48 hours and coming back to, during the day without sleep. Mm-mm-mm. That didn't make sense. Definitely an appeal. They should have got it thrown out in a mistrial and came back to the board with a whole different jury because that jury was trash. Definitely. Definitely. And I was sitting there watching like,
Damn!
and definitely like
this. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
You said, I don't think he did it. Who? Scott? Who do you think did it then? I'm trying to think in my head because his shit didn't make sense. Again, they called me and told me. Like, what are we talking about? So the police called you and they were telling you what? He said, they called me and told me. Oh, they did, huh? They called you and told you to what? Lie about a story? What? Who called you to tell you what? Right? Who called to tell you what? I wish I could play it right now. They called me and told me. Damn, the police call you when you find a body? Whew. So I do think Scott did the crime. He helped, or she helped figure out what to do. Possible. It's definitely possible. What's going on, Talina? Welcome. You said, I think the judge wanting a piece of melody, he seemed to be crushing on those pearls. I know I played that part earlier, but it's important to go over when you hear them. They called me and told me, like, bro, they didn't call and tell you shit. And I think that's why the person who edited that video, they put it up there for a reason. They put that piece in there for a reason. Because it probably made them think, like, damn, why didn't she get corrected? He wanted to clutch them pearls, I'm telling you. You never know. I don't know what he wanted to do. He said, really, would he have a tape recorder on in the jury room? We should have a tape recorder on in the jury room. Damn right. For a judge to go over? There ain't no doubt. He said her defense attorney knows that Scott did the crime. Why didn't closing statement say so? And why didn't they present that to the jury? Who knows? Who freaking knows, bro? All I know is that I think she was just wrongfully convicted. He said, reason I say I think she helped after the fact is because even in her statement, she said she drove and moved the tractor. Yeah. Remember he got mad about the tractor, allegedly? That's what she was saying. He got mad about the tractor being in a certain spot and she moved it or whatever. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. He said, good to see everyone in chat and other kids are. Oh, I see you, no doubt. Irritated. I hear you. Appreciate you, Talina. What is going on? Nice to see you, my friend. I hope you've been doing well. Should be cameras in all jury rooms after all we've seen. I mean, they left a biased juror in there that worked with people who worked close to the scene. And he even when he was asked, right, on that day, when they ended it off or whatever, when he was asked the question like, can you be non-biased, etc., or did you hear anything about the case? Did you anything? And he's jumped into explaining what he heard. Literally. I've never seen anything like that. So you said the reason she didn't testify is because there was a certain defense evidence that was suppressed from being presented that shouldn't have. They should have just had her on the stand. K-Pick. They should have put her on the stand. She said Scott had her move the tractor. Now she knows why. Yep, that was one of them. I agree with the jury cams. She wants to make sure Scott gets no money, just like she won't, in my opinion. Restore Face says. No doubt, leader. You're welcome. Delana, damn. Mm-mm-mm. This power company, they are out here doing what? And hopefully restoring. Mm-mm-mm. I need some coffee now. What are we talking about? Oh my God, I hear a bunch of generators going off right now. Everyone have a great day going back under the blankets. I was under the blankets for a hot minute. I passed out as soon as I seen the sentencing yesterday. I was about to come on, but I couldn't get everything done that I wanted done before I came on, so I was like, screw it. Might as well call it a day. But Scott's definitely getting some money now. All the kids will split it. That's what I'm saying, man. Next person up. People were asking, who gets the money after this, that, and the third? Next person up. The kids. You get mom out the way, that shit's yours. That money's yours to pocket if you get mom out the way. That's the only thing they had to defeat. Get mom up out the way, allegedly. Not that I don't. I think there's more than one person definitely on this case, 100%. There's more than one person that knows information about what happened. This happened not too far from me. You said, I don't know them personally, but I know someone who does, and they agree with the verdict. I'm sure. I know how it is. It's back and forth. It's all over the place. You have people who think she did it, people who think she didn't. I get it. I'm one of those that thinks she possibly either one, didn't do it, or two, she had help 100%. With the story that was presented to us, with all the greed and money that the kids wanted, etc., that was just, I don't know. It didn't thing as like it was coming out accurately. It seemed more, and this was with three of the people's testimony. This is my personal opinion. And when I heard and seen them, I'm like, This is like a scripted, all right, we're gonna go in here, you say this, you say that, and you put this out like that. Like if you listen to Scott, I feel like it was unfolded right there on the stand, exactly what I'm thinking. Because he was wording everything wrong. Go back and listen. It's crazy. Next to kin, the money will rot in their hands. Tell me about it. I genuinely want everyone's opinion on juror instructions versus reality of reaching a verdict after listening to this juror. I think Scott is guilty, not her, Maltese says. I definitely think Scott's involved, allegedly. Just because so the failed the lie detector test, okay. But if your story's adding up, okay. Failing the lie detector test, and then with these certain details that I'm listening to as a person who's just taking in the information that you're giving me when I'm watching them on the stand, it was spotty as hell. And the only time I seen him bust down a real tear is when he was being accused. So that stood out to me too. The entire gun situation, I don't believe even the other people that supposedly seen the gun, they all said it looked different. Mm-mm-mm. Ain't that something, K-Pick? It's time to throw on this Keurig machine. Sorry, he said I done dozed off. I missed it again. Going to replay. Nah, we're good. I'm not ending. The power turned off. So I had to jump on my phone for a second. I'm far from done. I'm about to stream all day long. You know what I mean? Like literally about to stream all day long. I got to get my son up here shortly, get him started to stream, but I got all day. There's a lot I want to go through on this. There's a lot. There's videos and things I want to play and talk about, discuss with you guys that's weird. I want to see the jurors, or at least this juror. And shout out to again Restore Faith for sending that. You sent that one so far. You sent them talking to the lawyers, which I want to see, and the other one. What was the other one? But you sent another one I wanted to see, which was the recorded phone call with Rusty. So I wanted to hear that too, because it's always going to be brought up when you talk about this case for sure. I think it's very important that anyone consuming the information from this case listen to that. So that's why I'm going to listen to it. I'm only on day 7. But still, there was just nothing in there. There's a lot of reasonable doubt for me. A lot of reasonable doubt. You said, I think she was involved somehow, but there was never enough to make me convict her on murder. I would have been holding out if I was a juror. It's exactly what I said. Exactly what I said. Like, I'm not ruling her out completely of being involved with this, but I'm also, after hearing her, what she read off her paper and wrote down and took her time to put down, it just resonated with the shit that I seen on the stand. And when that happens, it's like, whoa, the few people that I've seen talk, which was Emily, Chris, Scott, and listen to all that, then hear the ending right there, was like, woo, damn, that sure fits right into to what my thoughts are without even looking at this case completely and just listening to what's being presented up to what day 7 was. So the judge didn't rule against her making money off of this because he thinks the truth will come out, in my opinion. I don't know. His energy was weird. He said, I mean, Scott literally failed the polygraph about the murder. Yeah, those are admissible, though. Kimberly Hayes says, think the phone calls from jail are her trying to tell where the body is because she knew the son put him there. I gotta hear it, which we will. From what I'm told, he was about to cut her off too. Their ATM was about to cut off. Do you think the DA office will reopen this case? They definitely should. It's definitely not solved. Some people think it's solved and they're closing the book, but you may have a killer behind you that's willing to stuff your body somewhere and then make a phone call. Allegedly. You never know. You gotta be careful. I think it came out, or you said I think it will come out, but I think it will be she did it and Scott walked up, or the other way around. Either way, he's involved, in my opinion. Now you're good. I don't care about that. K-Pick says that after the old lady was watching the entire trial, she all of a sudden she was missing a gun from 40 years ago. I mean, let's be real. That's a good point. That is another good point. Damn.
Oh my God!
Mm-mm-mm.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Good night to you too, Low 12. Appreciate you, my friend. Sleep well. I'll see you when you get up. I'll be here more than likely. Damn, my phone's dying too. That's crazy. And it's still not back on. She was cut off before Scott and was getting upset, and got upset because he was still getting money. Let's start there. Damn, like, are you doing electric work at what time is it? 7 in the morning? This is BS. Freaking doing electric work and shit. 6:30 a.m. They're over here turning the electric off because they got to do work. Like, what's going on? It's out of pocket. Good morning to you too, Tammy. I might have to end this one just to wait till the electric comes back on. Like, what the my phone's about to die. I gotta go charge this bad boy somewhere. This is horrible. Ruining it. Ruining it. No, I'm just playing. Not only watching the trial, but who she was watching said that maybe the gun came from her house. That whole thing is weird. Homie was talking about the gun's missing right at the beginning. Gun missing. The gun's missing, K-Pick. I found dad and the gun's missing. Like, I don't know what's going on. Oh, you found dad and the gun's missing? Oh, shit. Weird. I may fall asleep on y'all, but I'm trying to hang for the jurors tape. I know, right? I'm like hoping this shit turns on, but it's being weird. I get it, though. They got work to do or whatever. Like, what the hell? Weird. I need to make some bagels, right? Well, we're going over it today. I don't care what happens. I don't care if I gotta end this, go charge this phone, whatever. Coming back on to talk about this shit. This is way too wild. USB charge off the light. You know what? That's a good idea. That's a great idea. I like that about you. I'm gonna have to steal that shit. Why is my damn electric off in Tennessee? This is not right. How can you do this? This is not right. Not one damn bit. You know? I know. I'm just talking shit. It is some BS. Trying to silence my wife. Strawberry. You said, I want to watch with you too, but I have to get ready for work in 15 minutes. It's all good. You good. It'll be there. It'll be there. I'm getting back on regardless. I got time. Well, how much time we got today? So it's been 7, 8, maybe 8 hours the last couple, maybe even more than that. Who knows? At least I got a good 12 to 15 in me. And if it gets spicy, then I even got more. I go with the flow, you know? Could have been a transformer. Yeah, for real. They're flying out there, though. I seen them. I seen 2 trucks come by. She would benefit, you said, but she would not benefit from lying. She is Melody's friend, not the family's friend. 24 hours. Oh, I could do it. Trust me. I've done it before. The other day, we did like 3 12s in a row with like maybe an hour break in between. Tops. Probably. Ain't no doubt. We will all be back. Like, what the hell is going on? Did you guys see the update? Whoa, on that UHC CEO. You said the person that did it wrote deny, defend, dispose. Yeah, I seen that. I did see that, Steffi. When I heard it, I was like, what? I think we played it on stream last or yesterday. Pretty sure we did. Said I said before, I think MJ watching the trial and hearing the YouTuber suggest who knows where the gun is or something like that. And then MJ comes up and talks to prosecutors about the missing gun. Mm. I didn't even get into that. Jenny said, hold up, let me bring this to the floor real quick. Make your mind go crazy even a little more. Mm-mm-mm. I'm actually doing electrical work right now, too. I'm waiting for out light truck to get here to climb the pole. I'm a lineman. Shit. Hopefully by the time you get up top, crack it on. You know, we got damn power again. I'm trying to make it though. Hold up. Like I'm trying to make it. We got almost a full battery on the laptop. Hold up. Let me plug this bad boy in. We almost got a full battery. Plug this in. Ha. I am charging now. Charging up off the laptop with half a battery. No record of her reporting the gun stolen in 2019 or since she says it was missing. And I did hear that too. The lawyer, didn't the defense lawyer bring that up? Didn't he? He definitely bring that up. That's another good point though. Hold up. What am I hearing? I thought I heard the dogs barking. Nobody got sympathy for that dude, but they love robbing. They love robbing from the hood. Mm-mm-mm. This is crazy. Where's my mouse at? Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's not working. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Scott's gun. Didn't he have 38 bullets in the drawer? But his friend left some bullets over there or something like that. I remember hearing that up to where I'm at in the trial. You said the older lady. Mm-mm-mm. So if you read the law about a witness that's or like that testifying is very, very gray and normally goes in defense side, which would be a huge argument point on appeal. I think they might be able to win. What's going on, Okie? I think they might be able to win an appeal just off that juror who was a fireman or whatever and worked with people who worked the scene. I think they could win an appeal just off that without the other shit. Imagine the other stuff coupled in there, you know? Just getting my day started. TGIF. What is going on, y'all? Should be on the screen right now, but they're working on power. Lame. Had his stolen, but never said shit either. I guess it's to use them to get off of the murder. Cause that dude.
Brother, this guy stinks!
Mm-mm-mm. The whole entire
Hold
time
up.
you were tripping.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
He said, I think they should do a retrial. I think you haven't seen the end of it. I think there's definitely more to come, but she does only have limited amount of time. She's 64 years old. So I'm sure she ain't got long left in life. Another 20, 30 maybe, tops. That's tops. Probably in the 70s from sickness. What's up, Tammy? Damn, usually it does turn like right back on when the electric turns off. It does this all the time for some reason. Like it'll turn off and turn on, turn off and turn on, turn off and turn on. Like the other day I was about to go live and it turned off. Boom. And then it went back on, but the internet wouldn't work. So I was like, what the I was like, damn, they probably think I'm not coming back on. I'm like, I only couldn't get back on because they were blocking me from it. I guess I could have went from my phone or my internet, but who the hell wants to go live from their freaking phone? Delana, Timmy, good afternoon from England. Shout out to you. England. England in the building. I know Leisure's from there. And so is Maltese. And living in those conditions will reduce life. Exactly. Eating food that you don't want to eat, etc. It'll definitely do that. That's a fact. He said, I agree. Someone that has stood trial. Oh, I'm someone that has stood trial. I took someone's life for grabbing my sister or groping your sister. And it's super disheartening for society as a whole to watch how a lot of these cases proceed through trial today. Yeah. I thought the same thing with this trial, man. I'm like, this trial sucks. She was treated unfairly. And it's because it's somebody going up against murder, in my opinion. And people will jump to a conclusion based off of like someone's looks, etc., instead of looking at the evidence. Good morning, Sailor. What's going on? About 20 minutes, maybe, tops. Since about 6:30. It's like 7:10. Rusty better be giving her some commissary money if she wants to ever see her again. So she can survive off honey buns. So she can make it at least 30 more years. Oh, honey buns. My God, I just went back a little and listening to her speak. Did you hear Hannah update today about being married? No, I didn't. Thank you for letting me know, though. We will be checking that out too. I'm glad you brought that up because I sure haven't. Scott missing. No reported stolen gun was a 357, which can also shoot 38 ammo. That's a fact. He said I teared up. Yeah, it did the same thing to me yesterday when I watched it in live time. Mm-mm-mm. Charge a phone in the car like I had been doing. That's what I was gonna do, but then someone was like, you got a laptop. And I'm thinking, yeah, I do. Boom. Let me plug it on in. That's exactly right. A lot of jurors think when there is a body in a case, someone needs to pay for it. And when there is only one person they see, that's who they make pay. Man, that's so damn true. It is so damn true. I'm not saying in every case, but it is true. And you do get those type of people that are like, oh, okay, she was there. Okay. Yeah. Confirmation bias. That's what the defense team was saying, that they're kind of right on this one. But they sucked. They sucked. They weren't good enough. They weren't good enough. The defense would have been fired as soon as they let that juror go by who worked with people who worked on the scene before. Oh yeah, it was up then. You're fired. Got him up out of there. He said Rusty is out, I think, during the trial. When he came in, you could literally see the sparks. Mm-mm-mm. Lena, I'm in bed listening. Cindy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Hope you're warm. Hope she gets justice sooner than later. She doesn't have much time. She really doesn't have much time. And it sucks. But, oh, brother. Down bad, y'all.